Hello and good afternoon, NRL and motorsport enthusiasts the world over. Welcome to the grand final of the NRL 6th season. My name is Toon, and I am accompanied by two lovely commentators. For those of you that have been here from the start in Season 1 and Season 2, you'll be all too familiar with this pairing. To my left, I am accompanied by the one, the only, the magnificent Slow-Mo. And to my right, we have from Saturday, the missing piece to the original trio, everyone's favorite bearded commentator, TK. Now, Slow-Mo, we've had a mind-blowing season so far, and it all comes to a head here. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm actually absolutely thrilled to see what kind of racing we're going to get today. We know it's going to be close. Both of these races are obviously stacked with the top, the best of the best drivers, out there in the Gran Turismo world. So this is going to be very, very exciting to see.
Oh, I completely agree with you. It's going to be insanely exciting. Now, T-Case, first off, I'm happy that it's my weekend to have you in this commentary custody battle so you can be in the booth with us again. Your racing has been quite different from ours over here on Friday. So what sort of expectations do you have for today with Friday and Saturday all facing off?
I think we're in for a super delicious treat, if you will. Super excited to be back with you guys. When I saw that I was stepping in for the Division B race, I got extra excited, hopped into some lobbies to see what this race is all about. And I just can't wait to see. I mean, these are the best of the best, the top drivers from both days, all coming down to battle out in this final race.
Really glad to hear that, man. As always, you are very insightful. Now, before we get into the racing details, for one last time, we'd like to thank our fantastic sponsors this season. We here at the NRL would like to once again, for the final time this season, thank the DGDR podcast. This high-octane weekly podcast is where four drivers from the PDX Sim team take you inside the world of motorsport and sim racing. From breaking news to heated debates, wild stories to pro tips, these guys cover all with passion, humor, and just the right amount of chaos. For your podcast fix, these are available on all platforms weekly with new episodes dropped every Monday, and you'll even be seeing me in an upcoming episode. We would also like to thank Hanky's Tavern, situated in charming Old Town Florissant in St. Louis, Missouri. If great food, great drinks, and great company are what you're looking for, then look no further than Hanky's Tavern. If you're in the St. Louis area, then stop on by and watch the NRL broadcast live on their many large screen TVs and let them know the NRL sent you. Also, we'd like to give a big thank you to Little J's CPA, turning side streams and side hustles into smart money moves. Whether you're building a small business, growing a brand, or cashing in on streaming income, we'll help you track earnings, maximize deductions, and keep more of what you worked for. You focus on building, we'll handle the numbers. We also want to thank Lithograph Comics. Lithograph Comics is not a store, but rather a comic book enthusiast, bringing awareness to the hobby and the comic book collecting community. Located on Instagram, you will find Greg, aka Litho, sharing comic book history, stories, and his personal collection spanning a 35-plus year comic book journey. That's Lithograph Comics on Instagram. Scan the QR code for more information. And one final time, written by Lawrence Brown, better known as Tuzzenbox, embark on an epic journey as we accompany Mist, a young man trained by his father in the art of swordsmanship. After honing his skills at a weapons academy, he becomes a wandering traveler exploring new lands and meeting new people. During his travels, Mist witnesses a catastrophic event that engrosses him in a grand plot that can mean the difference between the safety of his friends, family, and homeland, or the destruction of not just his home, but the entire planet. The Mist Chronicles trilogy is available on Amazon in paperback and Kindle formats. Thank you all one more time for all your support this season. Now, one more thing before we get into the race details. It is time for the time-honored tradition of having a word with the man himself. You know him, you love him, PD and the GTWS fear him and his creative prowess, McNaughty. So, McNaughty, how are you doing, sir?
Well, if I can unmute myself, I'm doing great. How are you guys today? Good to see you, as always. Hear you, as always.
I'm a little taken aback. We're already at the finals, and we're already in our 6th season. So it's quite the reality check how fast time flies.
Yeah.
So Dipper right. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah. Go ahead.
So dipping right on into the questions, we've had a plethora of combinations over these past 6 seasons, and honestly, I think this season's pairings were more intense than possibly any season before by quite a margin. What was the methodology when coming up with these pairings and ensuring that it's going to be both fun and also push these drivers to get better?
Well, I will say that on top of the fact that the talent pool of drivers just continues to increase, we want to keep pushing every season forward. So, finding the track layouts that we haven't done before as much as possible. And in cases where we are revisiting tracks like we are two of them today, doing it with a different car, different circumstances, different time limits. So, just sometimes it's like as simple as, okay, I have a list of like 10 tracks that we haven't touched yet. Where are we going to put that? How are we going to combine these things? Are we going to do group 2 cars? Are we going to do a road car? What's the drivetrain going to be? And just always trying to mix it up by making sure to, pay attention to what we've done in the past. And, hopefully, as this game matures, Spec 3 coming out, we'll get 2 more tracks. And then, we can utilize those too, maybe.
I'm honestly excited to see what the future has in store for us. T-Case, we'll kick it over to you.
McNaughty, thank you so much, man. Having us back for 6 seasons straight. Just incredible that we've been doing this for as long as we have. And, you had that great idea the other day to start playing back the races from past seasons, kind of playing through the playlist. What gave you that idea? Did it just kind of come to you, or were you just, or is that something you had planned?
Well, I didn't have it planned, but we had a big break between both of the last rounds, right? The round 3 weekend it was, and and this round. So I was going back and I was starting to watch some of the races, and I was like, what? Why not just jog everyone's memory a little bit? I didn't have any plans to stream on my own. So I was like, okay, let's throw this up here. And, it kind of turned out to be a pretty cool thing to like relive some of those moments, like Fisherman's Ranch, that side-by-side jump, the Road Atlanta race, if you happen to catch those. But yeah, all of these races are available in a playlist. So like even after today, if you want to go back and watch old races, you can.
Awesome. Yes, I highly recommend y'all do that. It was a fun refresher for me. I believe this is the first season that I haven't missed one of the rounds and actually made it for all of them. So there was a couple that I was watching of rounds that I wasn't a part of, and going back and rewatching those was a lot of fun. And then listening to me and Toon there on that first qualifying run at Mount Panorama was pretty enjoyable to see how far the production's come, how far we've come as commentators, and really appreciate you doing that and having us here.
Of course. It's an honor to have you guys.
All right, and Slow-Mo, would you like the honors?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I want to echo what TK said there. McNaughty is so special to be a part of the NRL here. We are all honored to be here through all 6 seasons. So really such an awesome run that we've got going here. Tell us a little bit, this season has been just top notch. Tell us a little bit about, if there's 1 or 2 combos that, really made it hard for you behind the scenes that you wanted to get in there and run with these guys.
Man, I gotta say that that Division A Friday 3rd race at Tokyo, I really wanted to get in there, and race it myself. But like today is like one of those races where like if I was a driver, I would have goosebumps. Like I'm actually looking at my right arm right now, and it's starting to bubble up. Like the hairs are standing on edge. Just thinking about what we're gonna see with both of these races today, because it's for all the marvels. So I would say that race and then the 2 we got going on today are like, oh my gosh, I wish I could be a driver.
Yeah. I had kind of the same thought as I was doing some practice for this B race. The car and the track combination. Obviously, we all love Monza, and that GTR gets, so it is fun to drive.
All right. Now, one final question before we let you go and do your all-important work. So, with how we've got all these broadcasts going, are those loops going to be going on permanently, or was that just more of a special occasion in the build-up for the final?
Yeah, I think it was definitely a special occasion because if I have to use my computer to set that up, so I wouldn't be able to stream otherwise. So it was more of a special occasion. I don't plan on. Well, I don't know. Maybe you're getting the wheels turning a little bit. Maybe I should make it like a 24/7, 365 on another channel.
NRL channel, yes, sir.
Yeah, and just
that's a great idea.
Yeah, just run it over there. But the intent was for it to be a special occasion. So maybe we'll do that in the lead up to season 7 at some point in 2026. But that was that.
All right. Well, then I think that's pretty much everything. TK, Slow-Mo, do you guys have any follow-up questions?
Nope, just ready to get this race started.
Yeah,
right.
I'm starting to get the goosebumps myself.
And if I may, just one more thing. I just wanted to thank you three. Obviously, wanted to thank Claude, Tati, Leo, Hovercraft. For doing a great job this season and all of the seasons that you've been a part of, you three in particular from the very beginning. And, shout out to the stewards for, doing the difficult work of making sure that we can resolve any incidents without any, drama and all that kind of stuff, being very impartial. We have representatives from multiple different racing teams that are a part of this. Shout out to Titanium and Big Joe behind the scenes that are crunching numbers that make it so that the amount of times that we're on breaks is not anywhere close to what it was in season 1, where we'd go on breaks for like 15 minutes to get stats pulled up and all that kind of stuff. Huge shout out to Croatian, who the man, the myth, the legend, the artist who built this studio that you guys are sitting in. This virtual studio, and really upping the ante in terms of presentation. And shout out to our drivers, of course, who dedicate so much time and practice and making these races as enjoyable as possible. And last but certainly not least, all of the viewers, all of you guys in chat, thank you guys so much for tuning in, subjecting yourself to the occasional ad. Those of you who have been super generous, as you know, all of the money that these streams make go directly into the pot to pay the drivers and the staff. I keep none of it. And I can't emphasize enough how proud I am of everybody in this community for making this truly, the top community league, in my opinion, in Gran Turismo 7. So thank you. I'll shut up now because I know you guys want to watch the race.
Yes, thank you so much for your time, McNaughty. And with all that said and done, let's go and take a look at the Division B Grand Finale race. Alrighty, everybody, it all comes down to this. It is the precipice. We are at the mountaintop. And for the mountaintop, there is no better place to be than the Temple of Speed. That's right, we're going to be at Monza, folks, for 1 hour in the GTR Nismo GT500 2016. These drivers will be on a grid start with false start check that is set by championship order, mind you. It'll have a 1 hour time limit, 3 times tire, 2 times fuel, a refueling speed of 10 liters a second, heavy damage, randomized weather, brake balance will be allowed, and there will be all racing compounds available, and all racing compounds are required. So Slow-Mo, bust out that tire tracker.
You betcha.
All right, now making it our way over to how the points will work for this one. Slow-Mo, this one's short and sweet. Tell them how it works.
So basically, all the points that the guys accumulated throughout the season has determined where their starting position is going to be in the grid. So they're pretty much placed and ready. There won't be a qualifying winner takes all, and where you finish is where you finish.
Thank you very much, Slomo. Now let's go and take a look at how this grid is going to be set up for this race. So starting at row 7, my apologies, it will be Santa Miguel and MK3TT SKR. Making our way up the grid in row 6, we've got PHG Aero, followed by Digital Relay. Starting in row 5 is going to be Hondo with Sugar Shuffle, with Stumpy and Crew Love in row 4. Going up the order to row 3, we've got Pelias Pangolin, IORT Fishtail sitting comfortably there. In row 2 will be Corridor 71 with SRPM, or Mr. Racing 40, my apologies. And then leading this charge in row 1 is going to be Caper and Nuke. Remember, folks, this is going to be winner takes all. It doesn't matter how you start. All that matters is how you finish. Now, on screen is the driver lineup of the aforementioned drivers, and next to them will be their YouTube and or Twitch information should it be applicable to them. Feel free to go and take a look at their channels listed on screen, but if you do, make sure you leave this tab unmuted so you don't miss any of the racing action. Boys, we have been doing this for 6 seasons. All 3 of us, when we just started in seasons 1 and 2, it was the 3 of us, and then we got the very welcome additions of Flawed, Leo, Tati, Hovercraft, and it, I can't help but feel a little reminiscent about like how far we've came in, this span of time. And, being in the booth with you two, it's almost like day one all over again, like haven't missed a beat. And I just want to thank both of you for being the best commentators I could ever work with. So yeah, thanks guys.
Thank you, too. And real quick, we want to say a big thank you to Dakara Spawn Black for the 20 pounds. Good luck to all the drivers in today's final. McNaughty and the crew, stellar job, and hats off to you all. Most of all, thank you for the content, Naughty, and thank you for the 20 pounds, sir.
Yes, thank you so much for that, Spawn. That was very generous of you. Now, while we are about to get ready into our race, so it's gonna be a coin toss to see who's going to take that coveted NRL Season 6 championship. And I don't know, before we get on the field, actually, while we get on the field and they are lined up, do we have any predictions for this one? It is Monza.
It's looking like it's going to be all over the place. I see all different tires being used.
Cool. Mr. Racing jumped to start, TK's.
Yes.
And it looks like they're away. Oh, go ahead.
No, keep going.
All right. And it looks like we've got Nuke leading the charge at the moment, coming into the turn 1 chicane. This is where everything could get really ugly. Let's hope these guys practice it. And it looks like Caper's on the inside, but it looks like that Nuke is going to hold it, and they're already bunched up. We just started. We're not even 20 seconds in, and we've already got some hair-raising events going on. Coming up into Curva Grande, it looks like Nuke is going to be leading the charge for the time being, but it looks like Caper is trying to stay within slipstream range. So as they come up into the second chicane, how's this going to all shake up? We've got some side-by-side action in the back, and it looks like Nuke and Caper are going to get through without a hitch. And looking back into the traffic jam that is P3 and everybody else, looks like Pelias Pangolin was able to get through there relatively unscathed. Coming into Lesmo 1, and looks like Pangolin is trying to put some distance between himself and Crew Love. And coming into Lesmo 2, he is right up there on Hondo. Gets squirrely, and it looks like Pangolin is able to save it?
Wow.
My God, it looked like he was about to spit out right there, but he was able to just jerk it. So hats off to Pelias on that one. Now, and it looks like we've got a 2-second penalty for Sugar Shuffles as he comes into Ascari. That's going to buy MK3TT SKR a free position, leaving Ascari, and let's see what happened there. So jumping on over to the start of the race. All right, 3 abreast coming into turn 1 onto the anchors, and looks like Mr. Racing, there was quite a bit of contact in the back of the grid on that one. But it looks like everybody was able to kind of surrender their positions and get back to their, I guess, intended racing order. So
Indeed, and Digital Relay picked up some damage, rear bumper damage, as we see Caper and Nuke battling it out into the chicane, starting lap 2 here. Looking solid, Caper taking the lead.
Yep, Caper did great, and thank you for the heads up on the damage that was picked up from that fracas up at the start of the race. Now, it looks like Nuke is not quite done yet. It looks like Nuke might try and get an overtake on Caper, but not right now. As they come into the second chicane, Caper is going to hold on to that, but gets a half-second penalty for the exuberance. So looks like Caper might have to try and put a little more ground between himself and Nuke, otherwise Nuke might run away with the lead. So Hondo in P5 is currently sitting about a little under a tenth behind Fishtail as they come into Lesmo 2. And looks like Fishtail is able to get a better run out of there and is currently trying to catch up to Corridor. Now, Hondo does have about a half-second lead between himself and Arrow, and that lead seems to be ever increasing as he comes into Ascari for the second time. Looks like Hondo ran a little wide, but was able to keep it on the track. Now, looks like Arrow's going to be able to shoot up the inside and try and get overtake done outside Ascari. They are going to be too wide down this back stretch. 3 abreast, my apologies. Pelias Pangolin is now trying to get the 2-for-1 special, and it looks like they do, but it doesn't stick, so Hondo will be able to get P5 still, but gets nudged a little out in Parabolica, and now Arrow takes P5 and gets the 2-for-1 special as we've got, looks like Arrow's trying to dupe them into going into the box, so Mr. Racing is now in P7, Hondo's fall all the way to P8, plus 3 positions on 1 corner. That is just tragic, but luckily we still have 56 minutes left. Now coming into the turn 1 chicane again, and how is this going to shape up? Looks like everybody's kind of got their wits about them now. And it looks like Pangolin just loses grip and spins off, leaving the first chicane slow-mo. What are we witnessing right now?
Oh, this is great. I mean, you know, TKs, did anybody go soft compound to start?
Yes, several drivers did. Let's look at this. What happens here with Pango? Does he just get on the gas a little too hard? He does. He had that amazing save early on. But clearly couldn't do that. But yes, several drivers on the softs, and Digital Relay starting on the hards went ahead and boxed with that damage and now has come out on the medium. So he has taken care of 1 tire compound, or no, sorry, he is on the softs now.
Oh, and looks like we've got
a wonderful pass.
Oh yeah, great overtake heading into Ascari, but will he be able to keep it on the track? It looks like he will. Runs out nice and clean using all the track afforded to him, and now it's a 3-way bout for the race lead between Corridor, Caper, and Nuke as they head into Parabolica. Now it looks like Corridor does have a bit of ground to cover, but I don't think that'll slow him down too terribly much. Coming into Parabolica, keeping a nice line and running it out just a little bit, again on the green turf on the side and belting it away. Revving the daylights out of that GTR too. Now onto the start finish straight to start lap 4 in our 1-hour race. Looks like Caper is still trying to find a way to get past Nuke at the moment, and it looks like Corridor is hoping the battling will slow them down as they come into the first chicane. Coming through, and doesn't look like there's going to be any tail happy nonsense. So looks like Corridor will be able to stay in this battle for P1 at least for the time being. Coming through Curva Grande and into the second chicane. Is anybody going to try and get cute with it? It doesn't look like it at the moment. And it looks like our current fastest lap is being held by Digital Relay. Caper does have... Wait, where'd Nuke go? Okay, so Corridor now takes P2, and Nuke has fallen down into P5. I wonder what happened there. Now Caper is going to have to contend with one very, very determined Corridor. And Nuke is now having to fight his way up the rest of the field. Oh, it looks like Nuke just outbroke himself and got reset into the middle of the track. That's a horrible spot to get reset on, and that's definitely not an ideal position for Nuke at the moment. So now Nuke coming into Ascari has to get around the likes of Arrow and Fishtail. So this is going to be a bit of a tall order, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world with these drivers who have earned their spot in this final position, or in this final race. Arrow is able to take P3 off of Fishtail heading into Parabolica, but will it be able to stick? Looks like it at the moment. Now, taking a look at the driver card, Arrow is part of Team Papa's House of Game on a manual transmission using ABS on Wii. And you can find Arrow on YouTube at Arrow GT7. Now, coming into turn 1, Fishtail giving a bit of a bump draft to Arrow, and looks like Arrow's going to be hard on the brakes, but doesn't look like that bump draft benefited Fishtail all that much, as Fishtail gets a fishtail maneuver in his car, fittingly. Coming into Curva Grande.
Sorry, there was a spin P10, P11 with Stumpy. Sorry. We can get a replay on that. You can check this out. This was the battle for P8, and you can see it's a three-way battle as they come into the chicane, getting on the brakes. Everything's looking good. Space is being given. And it looks like he just takes too much of that inside curb, and a hit there from Krulov as well to add insult to injury, and a reset. That is rough for Stumpy there. That is rough.
Yeah, that is absolutely tragic. It looks like he just clipped the inside curb on the way out, and yeah, I guess after that, he just became a passenger. What's getting me is just how short that reset barrier is now. Now jumping on up to Corridor, who's about half a second behind Caper, coming into, coming out of Ascari and towards Parabolica. Caper is doing everything within his realm to kind of keep Corridor at bay. Dropping down into third gear, revving the daylights out of it. It looks like, looks like Caper's really got that, got that corner down. Now, Caper is a free agent on the Fanatec DD Pro with a manual transmission. And coming into turn 1, currently has a 2.25 gap between himself and Arrow. And making it on through without a hitch, and looks like Arrow's able to get through as well. All these drivers are now really starting to get comfortable and find the rhythm. So hats off to these drivers for adapting so quickly under all this immense pressure. Going into Curva Grande with Mr. Racing, who is a quarter of a second behind Nuke at the moment. Nuke has done a very valiant job fighting his way up the field, and Mr. Racing did just go purple. Oh, and Mr. Racing getting a little squirrely, but is able to keep it pointed in the right direction, heading into Lesmo 1. Looks like Nuke will be able to put that gap between himself and Mr. Racing to about a second as we jump on over to Hondo, who is behind Fishtail. These two are definitely no strangers to each other in terms of getting into some quite intense racing, if I'm honest. Heading down towards Ascari, looks like Fishtail is going to have almost a half-second gap between himself and Hondo. And going into the aforementioned Ascari, Hondo gets onto the left and doesn't get onto the curving onto the right, but instead takes quite a bit of curving on the left to exit Ascari, and it looks like that might have been the play there. So looks like Fishtail is going to be holding on to P5 for the time being without any real issues. The tire wear on those mediums not looking too terrible, if I'm honest. So I think Fishtail will be able to hold on to those for right now. Coming on to the start-finish straight, and it looks like Mr. Racing is actually pulling away quite a bit from Fishtail. So it looks like the battle for P5 might turn into a bit of an island, as we've got P2, 3, and 4 all still quite nestled up. Now the gap between Mr. Racing and Caper is just a little over 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds. So it looks like Caper's finally found that rhythm and is starting to really pull away from the rest of the field to breathe a sigh of relief, at least momentarily. Now, T-Case, as we've seen so far, we're only 7 laps in, and this has been quite the intense start to our final race. Do you think these drivers are really trying to leave it all on the field, or do you think they might be getting too much of an adrenaline rush at the moment?
You know, it's hard to say. It's been very excited, but I have seen a lot of drivers working together further back down the grid, not really going for overtakes, but bump drafting, especially those who started on the hards, trying to do their best to keep up, because we had a couple soft tire runners. We've had a couple pit stops as well. All drivers have to use all compounds, so it's going to be interesting to see, but I am seeing some strategy play out, and now that things have calmed down here on lap 7, I think we're going to see a little more conservative driving, unless there's just a great opportunity. These drivers are going to try to get back into it, stick with their strategy, and see how it all comes out at the end.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how all of this pans out, because Slomo, I think you said it, there wasn't any real concrete way to run this race. It was kind of open to interpretation, but I also know you've gotten quite a bit of insight from some of the drivers. Do you have any nuggets of wisdom you'd like to share with us?
Well, yeah, and I think it's interesting. I mean, you could possibly see somebody run an extra stop and get an extra stint on those softs today, depending upon what happens with damage and maybe even penalties. So there are a couple different approaches that these guys are taking. I was kind of surprised to see some folks start off on soft. Nobody really gave me that insight as I was talking to them. So most of the guys I spoke to were starting on hards or mediums, and we're going to run those for quite a while.
All right, thank you very much, Slow-Mo. Now, jumping on into the battle for P1, it is Arrow and Caper. It looks like Caper lost quite a bit of speed, so Arrow's just going to shoot up into P1, but he has a 1 second penalty, so how long is that going to last? Will that penalty just put him behind Caper, or will he be in the clutches of Nuke, who had that unfortunate run earlier? Now coming through into Ascari, that's a really nice camera angle. Looks like Caper is going to stay relatively close to Arrow. Arrow is now coming out of Ascari and up towards the penalty line. It looks like that 1 second pen is actually going to cost him more than 2 positions. It might cost him 3. And it looks like 2, 3, yep. So Arrow's going to fall down into P4 for that 1 second slap on the wrist for track limits infringements.
And look at Nuke back up in the lead.
Yeah, Nuke is already back up into the lead. So you just really can't. You really just can't keep Nuke down from what I've seen over these past few weeks. And now looking over at Hondo, who is about three tenths of a second behind Fishtail. He's still got plenty of work to do in that front. And Nuke is now trying to kind of put some distance between himself and the 3 drivers behind him, because one mistake, as we saw with Arrow, will cost you a minimum of 3 positions.
Toon, I wanted to point out that Arrows, he started on the softs and started all the way in the back. That is incredible that by 8 laps, he was able to get up into first, even though it was short-lived. Very impressive and really showing, as Mr. Racing runs wide into the kitty litter there, losing 2 positions. Unfortunate on that exit, but showing the difference between the softs and the mediums and the hards. It's very prevalent there as Arrow was able to move up as quickly as he did.
Yeah, it is definitely a feat all on its own, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Arrow go and take that extra soft stint just to make up some lost ground. Now, it is unfortunate that we did see Mr. Racing go off into the gravel, but looks like he had a relatively okay rejoin. There wasn't really any damage, so to speak. Now, Krulov is in a bit of a realm all on his own, pretty much doing some time trialing. There's a 2.5 second gap between himself and Digital Relay, and a 4 second gap between himself and MK3TT SKR, who just overtook Corridor, mind you. So these pit stops are really shaking up the order at the moment. Now, I am a bit shocked we didn't see more drivers start on the hards just to get those out of the way, because these mediums are really showing quite a bit of longevity. Now, Nuke on the mediums is showing, again, the aforementioned longevity, but when you compare that to Arrow's soft tires, those are starting to show a little bit of wear and tear. And I mean, if Arrow goes off into the gravel or into the grass, not only will he have worn softs, but dirty tires to contend with. And in a car of this power, it's definitely not the ideal combination to have, especially in a race where it's winner takes all. Now, coming into the second chicane, how is Arrow going to respond to this? Getting a little squirrely, but is able to hold on to it, running a teensy bit wide, but not enough to contract dirty tires. And into Lesmo 1, we've got Arrow about 4 tenths of a second, almost half a second, now half a second behind you. As they go into Lesmo 2, will Arrow be able to shave off some time? Nope, it looks like Nuke had the better run out, and they're going to be going through Ascari for the 10th time of asking. This is just, this is quite the race we're seeing. We've got shakeups, we've got drama, we've got, great driving, and we've also got a caper over there in Ascari trying to catch up to Arrow and Nuke. Looks like Caper did get a good run out of there, so I think we'll be seeing the overtake for P2 coming into Parabolica, and it looks like that is the case. But will he be able to carry that momentum? And it looks like he does, so he'll be able to hold on to P2 for the moment. But Arrow, on those arguably worn softer tires, will be able to carry a little more momentum as we see a drag race on the start-finish straight heading up into turn 1. Looks like Arrow just got a little bit better of a run on that one, so Caper's gonna have to fall in tow. And coming into turn one, it looks like Caper went for the send and was he able to make it stick? He made it stick. It looked like Arrow was going to be able to do a little switcheroo there, but Caper was able to get the car stopped in just the right amount of time. Now, this battling will slow them down from the race for the race lead against Nuke, so they'll have to really be mindful on how much they really want to push it if they want to try and get that, championship trophy. Now, Slow-Mo, we've got, I don't know, we're only, 15-ish minutes in, and we've already seen the lineup shake from what we saw when we started to now. And we haven't even taken into consideration the rest of the pit stops that everybody's got to do, because those drivers that did pit early, they still have 2 more to go, and I don't quite remember the length of the pit stop for this one. So do you think we'll be seeing an even more drastic shakeup when these pits come in?
Well, the pit stop itself is probably between 15 and 19 seconds, depending upon tires and fuel and some of those variables there. To your point, this is an hour-long race, but it is going to come down to seconds. The difference could be, fuel saving and somebody getting out of the pits quicker than the other driver. As you can see, these guys are just on top of each other right now. They're fighting for every single position, and that is not going to stop for the next, 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be 40 minutes that are probably going to fly by if these drivers keep this up. And I honestly don't envy the position that these guys are in. Everything's on the line. Some of these drivers had a little bit less than ideal of a start and, beginning quarter to the race. So it's a good position to dream about, but personally, I would not want to be anywhere near these guys with how hungry for the glory that they are. Now, Hondo is still sitting in P6 at the moment, trying to make up some time to Fishtail. These two have always had each other's numbers over here on the Friday side, and it's good to see that they're still able to, bring their best against each other. It's like Wid and Jorge Sr. I'm sorry, my brain decided to check out for a moment, but we pretty much have that level of rivalry over here on the Division B side. Now, coming into Ascari, it looks like Mr. Racing is trying to find an opportunity to overtake Arrow. Arrow did take quite a bit of curbing coming into Ascari, so that, as you see, slowed him down. Now, onto the backstretch towards Parabolica. It looks like Mr. Racing will have just enough momentum to get past it. Maybe not. I think maybe he jumped the gun. Nope. Never mind. Mr. Racing is showing what I know about racing. Now, then again, it is in his name. Now, looks like Arrow did get a little close, but there wasn't a bump or anything like that, so Mr. Racing will be able to pull away and start catching up to Caper. Now, the all-important question is going to be, we've seen some of these drivers go for absolute Hail Marys, and I don't know about you, TK, do you think they should be carrying on with that, or do you think they might want to ease up lest it comes to bite them on the hind end?
Well, if it was me, I mean, with how much we've seen these drivers change positions, I would just calm down a little bit. It's a long race. Heavy damage is on. You don't want to risk it. We've seen some horrible resets through some of these chicanes as well. I would try to hold station, but it's hard to do in these cars. They are so fast and so heavy on the downforce. It is hard to follow. So it is nice to get a little bit of clean air and get up ahead of somebody, especially if you're on a different strategy. But me personally, I would just try to hold station and run my race accordingly. But that's easier said than done.
Oh yeah, it's very, very much easier said than done, because you could be sitting there and saying, okay, here's what I'm going to do. And then, somebody spins or somebody just comes into your sights and you have to fight that urge to say, ooh, shiny object, mine. So take Corridor, for example. He's got MK3TT right there. And I mean, he could just, hold station and run his race and let everything fall into order over the next 38 minutes. But there's also no guarantee of, everything lining up the way you want it to. So it's like an eternal game of tug of war with these drivers on whether or not they should push it or just kind of hold and show some restraint. Personally, I'm not too great at the restraint part, so I'd be seeing myself in some unfortunate situations, misjudging corners and things of that nature. Now, jumping on up to the battle for P2 between Mr. Racing and Caper. Looks like Mr. Racing is trying to find an opportunity to get that overtake done, but getting a little squirrely. That's definitely an exuberant exit to that chicane, which we have seen over the last almost 30 minutes.
Actually,
now,
too, Mr. Racing has actually been working with Caper. He's only pulled out to the side right before the braking zone to avoid going into the back of Caper, and then he tucks back in. He did that through the first chicane as well as the second one. So I think we're seeing him kind of holding station. He got back ahead of Arrow, who's on the softs. Now he's back with his medium tire runners, and I think he's going to be content with P3 for a while unless Caper makes a mistake up ahead.
You know, that's a very, very good call. I wasn't even aware of that, but then again, you are our eye in the sky. And it is nice to see these drivers cooperating to try and catch up instead of slowing each other down. Now, since you do have all of the fancy information, Nuke is on the mediums or is he on the soft?
He's on the mediums. P1 through 3 are all on the mediums. Arrow is the driver who started on the softs, and they are really worn out now.
Oh, okay. So what I'm hearing is the softs will last longer than, well, I anticipated. So he's almost at half the race. He's on the softs, but he still has 2 other compounds that he has to hop onto, lest he wind up with a penalty of sorts. So this is actually going to be quite interesting because we've only seen, what, 1 pit stop from most of these drivers so far? I mean, some of these drivers have yet to take their pits. And, I mean, the smart money is saying you want to finish on those soft tires, but if you're a soft runner from the get-go like Arrow is, that kind of throws a bit of a spanner in your plan because everything is going in reverse order now. We did see one or two drivers get off the hards and then onto the medium, so that's 1 box ticked. So we at least know a couple drivers are just going to need to go and do 1 more pit stop, and then they can absolutely send it for the remainder of the race. And that's also going to be raising some speculation of how long do you stay on some of these tires. Like, obviously the hards you want to get off as fast as humanly possible, but as Arrow is showing us, these soft tires will run for quite a while, so you don't have to sit there and think, oh, I need to, ride the mediums as long as possible. It's tricky. Now, I do see that Mr. Racing is ahead of Caper at the moment, and it looks like Caper is acting in kind to how him and Mr. Racing were earlier. So it looks like Caper's going to try and cooperate and catch up to both Mr. Racing and Nuke to have a 3-way shootout for the race victory in the last 35 minutes of this race. We're almost at the halfway point, and we are still far from done. We've got pit stops that still need to happen. We've got everything under the sun. We've got shakeups that can happen. We've got errors that can happen. And really, it's not over until that first person hits the checkered flag and takes that NRL Season 6 championship home with them.
Yeah.
Now
real quick, back to the tires like you were talking about. I think you're going to see a lot of these guys run about a full tank on the medium. So the guys that took the mediums are going to stay out for the majority of that tank. For the guys that did softs and hards, I would imagine you're going to see them try and split those 2 compounds between 1 tank of fuel and then run the mediums after they fill.
Okay. Yeah, we're seeing that Digital Relay had a really smart strategy there. He started on the hards, but then he got that damage. He only did 1 lap on the hards and switched to softs. Arrow's shown us that those softs will last, so I imagine Digital Relay pits once his fuel tank is empty, if he can make it that long, and then get on the hards like you were saying, Slow-Mo. So interesting to see. Arrow came out also on the hards. I imagine he's only going to do maybe 1 lap and then switch back over to the mediums and top off his gas tank.
Yep, that is definitely how the cards seem to be falling. Now, Slow-Mo, I want your input if you were in this race. would you have started on the softs like Arrow did? Would you have started on the hards? Would you have started on the mediums? How would your race strategy go in an ideal world?
You know, if it was me, I probably would have started on the mediums, ran them for as long as I can, you know, run the full first tank, and then get the hard compound out of the way and try and finish on the softs. One of the challenges with that strategy is if you don't run your hards long enough, those softs are trashed when it gets to the end of the race. So it's a delicate balance there. I think, honestly, the secret sauce is to run the hards for 3, maybe 4 laps if you can stand it.
You know, I could definitely get behind that. Because my initial thought process is work my way up in terms of, you know, the tires. So start hards, go mediums, go softs. But then that raises the issue of if I were doing this, I'd probably stick to that strategy. And then by the time I get to the softs, just due to the difference in overall pace from those tire compounds, I don't know how much in the, like how far into the mix I would be, or if I'd just be completely left behind. But TK, what's going on your end at the moment?
Yeah, so we're watching here Mach 3 TT, but I just realized Caper up in P3 has damage, and he has fallen back 4 seconds off of Mr. Racing and Nuke. So Mr. Racing and Nuke now are battling there for first place, allowing them to kind of run away, and Caper's just kind of stuck in no man's land. He is low on fuel, so maybe he'll come around for a pit stop here on this next lap. So we see Digital Relay going in the pits on those softs. His tank is low. He's going to come out on the mediums and finish the race.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that heads up there, TKs. Now, jumping up into the aforementioned battle between Nuke and Mr. Racing. Yeah, it looks like Mr. Racing is all over the bumper. Nuke, and wow, he got quite the run out of that second chicane, so that's really going to play into his favor. Although he does have Lesmo 1 and 2, and Lesmo 1, it is rather easy to go off and get yourself an unfortunate spin. Ooh, again, really close to Nuke as they go into Lesmo 2, but looks like he was ready to hop on the brakes. So coming into Ascari, Nuke is going to still have the race victory, which is still rather impressive, mind you. He's been holding on to that for quite a while. He fell down and was able to get back up into first. So I'm impressed with how on form Nuke is at the moment. He's really making all these other drivers work for their chance at dethroning him. And bump draft coming into Parabolica from Mr. Racing. Will Nuke stop it in time? It looks like he does for the most part. Ran a teensy bit wide, may have missed an apex, but nope, looks like Nuke is going to keep trudging on forward. So this car is definitely a car that will be your friend, assuming you can keep up with the speed requirements. Now, coming into turn 1 for the 19th time, looks like Nuke is going to be able to get through without much of a hitch, but Mr. Racing did close that gap, so I think the equalizer between these two is the chicanes, because once they get out of the chicanes, Nuke is able to start pulling away, but Mr. Racing's able to really, reel him back in. But he does have a rather low fuel tank, and Mr. Racing looked like he was poking his head out, or just trying to get out of the dirty air for the braking zone. Couldn't really tell from that angle. But coming into Lesmo 1, and we've got quite the scenario on our hands, because I mean, Mr. Racing could get the overtake done on Nuke, but unless Nuke is planning on pitting here in a moment too, it'd be all for naught in the grand scheme of it. So coming into Ascari, Nuke is going to be holding on to a 1/10 lead for the race lead at the moment, and it looks like Mr. Racing is just not going to really give up for any of this. And heading up towards Parabolica, is Mr. Racing going to do another bump draft? It looks like it. So these two are really running away. The gap between the battle for P1 and P3 is 8 seconds at the moment, but then again, pit stops are a factor here. So coming into Parabolica, will Mr. Racing tighten it up and go into the box? It doesn't look like it. Okay, he's playing a very bold game there. I don't know, maybe they can see the amount of fuels they have left, TKs, but I don't know. I see red, I think, okay, I need to box.
Yeah, and Caper Caper is coming in the pits now. He was just dropping like a fly. He lost position to Fishtail and Hondo with that damage, but he was low on fuel as well. So he was just trying to stick it out and do what he can. So he's coming in for his first pit stop. Remember, those top runners have yet to pit. Mr. Racing and Nuke both have not pit yet either. So they're going to take it around one more time. But it's looking good there for Hondo and Fishtail. They did a good job making up ground on Caper with the damage that he had.
Yeah, and he's really doing a great job with that. I did see MK3TT though was in the box, and I saw softs next to his name. I don't know if he was hopping onto the softs or hopping off of them. Hopping off of them, running softs this early in the race is a bit of a bold strategy. But hey, you know, these guys are the ones that did the practice. These are the guys racing, so I'm gonna just trust their professional judgment on this one. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how this race shakes up, and I'm really curious to see where Nuke and Mr. Racing are going to wind up on this grid once they go and take their first of 2 mandatory pit stops. So it's going to be a game of wait and see. Now, taking a look at Hondo, who was able to climb up into P4 due to pit stops and all of that, still behind Fishtail. Fishtail has had Hondo's number for the majority of this race. Coming into Parabolica, it looks like Nuke and Mr. Racing are going to go into the box. Mr. Racing was a little worse off in the fuel department. Will we be seeing Fishtail go into the box? We do. Will Hondo go into the box? No! Hondo is going into... Looks like Hondo is going to keep going and just keep racing on. Looks like MK3 has a 1-second penalty coming out of Ascari. It looks like Stumpy is heading into Lesmo 2 at the moment with a 20-second deficit between himself and Arrow. Let's see what happened here. So coming up into the second chicane, everything's looking normal, and looks like got quite a bit of power oversteer and a quick bump on the noggin. So that is quite unfortunate to see, but I mean, we've still got 26 minutes left of racing. Anything can happen. Now jumping on over to Corridor, who was one of the first pit stoppers, and currently taking about a quarter of a tank of fuel on those mediums. I don't know, Slumbo, I think Corridor is really in position right now to make some magic happen. He may be 4 and some change seconds behind, but he's still got those soft compounds he can run, and he's still doing rather well in the fuel department as opposed to Hondo, who's currently got a fuel warning light on. So do you think Corridor might try and take the championship with this strategy?
Well, he's certainly got a great shot at it. Corridor is one of those guys you can never count out. He's always going to be in the mix. He's running his strategy to perfection. So, you know, he's certainly got a great spot right now. I don't know that I'd want to lead at this point in the race. I think following somebody could be a really good advantage if you can duck in, jump in behind the slip, and maybe save a little bit of fuel along the way. I don't know if that's Corridor's plan, but let's see how that plays out for him.
Yep, I can't wait to see how it shakes up for him because Corridor is really on a tear. And Hondo goes in with no fuel. Absolutely nothing. Not even fumes were propelling that car anymore. It was just hopes, dreams, and a prayer for an NRL championship. So that's going to put Nuke into P2. That's going to put Mr. Racing in P3. And looks like they're going to cooperate and try and catch up to Corridor while they can. Corridor, though, is 7 seconds ahead of those 2 drivers on screen. So Corridor is in a good position at the moment, but he does have a pit stop to take. Now, Mr. Racing did go onto the softs, so that means at least Mr. Racing, and Nuke as well, they will have to finish this race on the hards. Now, they do have 24 minutes left in this race, so they could just pit on the final lap and run the hards that way, because we did see the softs run about 15, 16 laps. And given that we're on lap 22, that does seem to be a, I don't know, I'd say that's a realistic strategy, all things considered, TKs.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll see them come in and only run 1 lap on the hards. And I've been seeing that throughout the field. It's very interesting how these strategies are playing out over here. As we see RJ, he is on the mediums and almost out of fuel. And just behind him is Fishtail, who had pit previously and is on the hard. So we'll see how long Fishtail does his hards for. Digital Relay, it doesn't need to pit at all anymore. He and Arrow are all good on their pit stop, so I expect both of them to make their way through the field as these other drivers have to come in and pit at least one more time.
All right, thank you very much there, TKs. And Slow-Mo, just to double check, you've been keeping the tire tracker nice and warm, right?
The tire tracker is, it's not even warm, it's hot.
All right, good, because I'm probably going to need some insight towards the tail end of this race. Now, looking at Digital Relay, who is coming... Oh, never mind. Looks like that was a bit of a pump fake. As Sugar Shuffles and Fishtail go into the box, Sugar Shuffles only had one fuel left. Only one, a single fuel. So that's going to propel Digital Relay into P5, putting him 4.5 seconds behind Hondo. Mr. Racing is 12 seconds ahead of Hondo, who we just mentioned before. And they're about 6.5 seconds behind Corridor at the moment. So Nuke and Mr. Racing are doing everything they can to try and get up to Corridor and possibly run away with the race lead, leaving only a battle for P3 once the checkered flag drops. And coming into Lesmo 2, it looks like Mr. Racing is going to hold a nice line, not really lose any control of the car, and just kind of belt on and try and keep up with Nuke. That is a, that's going to be tricky. Nuke is really pulling away. I don't know what he's doing to that car, but it is working. Coming into Ascari, getting a teensy bit squirrely on the entrance. How's the exit going to look? It's looking business as usual for Mr. Racing, but Nuke is now a half second ahead. So he's well within slipstream range, mind you, but it looks like that's really the only time Mr. Racing is able to really make a move is once he's right up on that bumper. Coming into Parabolica for the 23rd time of asking, and we've got Mr. Racing about 14 seconds ahead of Hondo. So yeah, this battle for P3 might be the only podium spot available for fighting unless something tragic happens. Now starting lap 24, going up into the chicane will be those two, and jumping on over to the battle for P6, a three-way shootout between BHR Polaris Pangolin, PHG Caper, and MK3 TT SKR. Still going to be fun. I'm going to keep saying it while I can this season. And looks like Polaris is going to be bumping Caper down the line. Warren mediums, though, and that fuel tank is looking rather sparse at the moment. Now, Polaris Pangolin is part of Team Beehive Racing, Buzz, on the DualSense controller, but also uses a Logitech G29 or 920 manual transmission and is running the ABS on weak, which I do not blame them whatsoever. This looks like a car that'd be very easy to lock up those tires on, and I don't know if GT has flat spots, but I wouldn't want to find out. Now coming into the next chicane, and looks like Caper ran a little wide, and looks like Polaris is having to take some avoiding action. And looks like Polaris is able to get through without too much of a hitch. Coming into Lesmo 1, running a little bit wide, but is able to bring it back on in. And coming on into Lesmo 2, how's this going to shape up? Getting on the curb ever so slightly, and belting it away, but MK3 TT SKR with the half-second penalty is still 2 seconds ahead after a very good run. Now, MK3 isn't going to have to worry too much. Corridor is now going into the pits to get off those racing mediums and onto those illustrious soft compounds. And it looks like that's going to put Nuke back into the lead and Mr. Racing in P2. About a 1 second gap between Nuke and Mr. Racing, so I think the time for cooperation is over and it's now time to fight. Now Hondo's going into the box to get off those harbs, and what he goes on to, the world may never know. Looks like Corridor is only going at 74% fuel, so that's going to be an interesting one. Might just have enough to run the remainder of the race. Now Corridor is going to be coming out into a battle against Digital Relay for the final podium steps. That was a really good overtake. Really clean racing from those two. No squabbles whatsoever. But it looks like Corridor's going to have a bit of a task on his hand. He does have the fresh tires and a slightly heavier car. So I don't think he'll be struggling too much to get around. But, you know, the world may never know. Coming into the second chicane, and Corridor getting a little squirrely on those arguably lukewarm tires. And off into Lesmo 1 they go. Will we see an overtake in one of these corners? Doesn't look like it, at least for Lesmo 1. Bringing it nice and tight, trying not to run off. And coming into number 2, and looks like Corridor is able to hold on in fantastic fashion. Now the relatively long start, or relatively long straight into Ascari does give quite a bit of overtaking opportunity, as that gap between Corridor and Digital Relay is plummeting. Into Ascari, and it looks like Corridor got a pretty good run out of there, but how will the run out look? Oh, that was a fantastic run outside of Ascari. So this is really putting Corridor into prime position to get a overtake done on this straight before Parabolica. And will he be able to do it? Digital Relay does have the inside line, though, and I don't know if Corridor has enough momentum to carry it out the outside. Never mind, he might. Well, they are too wide in Parabolica. A little bit of argy-bargy, but nothing really to cry home about. So looks like Digital Relay is going to hold on to P3, but due to the grip and just overall momentum that Corridor was able to carry, he might be trying to come out ahead of this drag race coming into the first chicane. They are just bumper to, or door to door, my apologies. And coming into the chicane, are they going to try and too wide it? No, thank God. All right, so leaving the first chicane, and it looks like Digital Relay still has the competitive edge, but coming into Curva Grande, will that still be the story? Looks like Corridor is about a quarter of a second behind Digital Relay at the moment, but that is closing rather fast just due to that enhanced grip from that soft compound. And it looks like we've got a borderline slingshot here coming into the second chicane, but it doesn't look like Corridor is able to get that overtake taken care of. So I think Digital Relay might be sweating. I think Corridor might be cursing, but hey, we've got some great battling right here. Yes?
I think, I mean, these guys need to stop fighting each other. How long did we say the pit stop was? Slow-mo?
15 to 19.
15. They're 21 seconds off the leaders. They have to pit. If they continue to battle, these two are going to come out ahead of them, and they're going to seal the deal. There's a four-way battle right now for the win of this race, and Digital Relay and Corridor need to work together if they want any chance at winning this thing.
I honestly wasn't even factoring that in. Also, Mr. Racing did just set a new personal or overall fastest lap, but yeah, I didn't even consider that those two still have another pit stop to do. I mean, given their gap and given the fact that Nuke and Mr. Racing will have to come out on the hards, I mean, would a 22-second gap be kind of that sweet spot just due to this 3-ish second a lap difference between the softs and the hards? But then you got to factor in the warn. Okay, you know what? Yeah, you've got a really good point here, TK. So yeah, they need to stop battling, but you can definitely expand on it if you'd like.
Yeah, well, Digital Relay is on the mediums, Corridor on the soft, Corridor's on the faster tire. It would be beneficial to them both if he was able to get by, but I understand Digital Relay not wanting to give up his track position. And while maybe the time works out for them to catch, they still have to pass. Even though these two drivers will be on the hards, Nuke and Mr. Racing, Corridor and Digital will still have to overtake them as we see a slight change of position further back there on the leaderboard. Corridor does get past Digital Relay. Now it's on, and Nuke and Mr. Racing are going to have to work together if they want any chance to stay ahead. It's interesting to see this as we look at this overtake again, going up the inside, carrying more speed late on the brakes, gets it done perfectly, doesn't cut the corner. A little bit of contact there from Digital Relay, and that allows Digital Relay to get back ahead of Corridor going into Lesmo 1, but Corridor has the inside and is able to maintain P3.
Thank you very much for that play-by-play, TK. You definitely were able to make more sense of that than I was. Again, it's fantastic to have you in this booth. Now, coming into Parabolica, Corridor does have the advantage over Digital Relay. Now, taking a look over at Mr. Racing and Nuke, though, these guys are going to be in a very interesting predicament towards the tail end of this race, as TK's had alluded to. And as they come up into the second chicane for lap 28, Mr. Racing is still chipping away at the overall fastest lap. But Nuke is definitely not one to take that lightly. Looks like Caper is going into the box now and going into Lesmo 1 with Mr. Racing and Nuke. Looks like the former is really trying to find a way to pull away from the latter at the moment. But looks like a good run out of Lesmo 2 is just what Nuke needed, because it looks like he's now starting to gently kind of cruise away, but that slipstream is making sure that Mr. Racing is still within earshot. They do have a 24-second gap between P3 and P4, so all that taken into consideration. Also taking into consideration, Digital Relay is going to have to probably do one more pit stop. Honestly, it's looking like it might come up Corridor if we can get Nuke and Mr. Racing battling over these last 14 minutes of this race. But Slow-mo, do you think we'll be seeing it?
It's quite possible. I'll tell you one thing that I'm kind of curious to see is, Mr. Racing is pushing that soft set of tires very hard right now to keep up with Nuke. So hopefully he's not pushing them harder than he did in practice and shortening the stint that he needs to run on those. That is something that could happen if these guys put the soft compounds on and then push too hard. Then, you get to where you need a couple more laps out of them and that grip is not there.
Yeah, that grip is going to be a make or break, especially on a twisty track such as this, where you have just so many chicanes where the downforce isn't cooperating with these cars. So, yeah, the room for driver error does increase exponentially the more worn down these tires get and the more, the emptier the fuel tank gets. And we have a yellow on the field. I wonder who spun there. That is, that's very odd to see right now.
Oh, Stumpy.
It was Stumpy?
Yeah, Stumpy and P14. Yep,
All right.
They just went past him right there. He is not having a good race, unfortunately. He's had several incidents, and it looks like he just loses it here. Coming out of Lesmo 1, gets on the green stuff. We all know you shouldn't touch it, and it's so easy to do. Then he trying to get back on track. Blue flags are going to start waving as the leaders come through, and he's got dirty tires, he's got damage. And sure enough, he loses it coming out of Lesmo 2 as well.
That is unfortunate to see for Stumpy, but it does give credence to what we were talking about with the track really not being this car's friend in those harder braking zones. Now, taking a look at the battle for P1, it looks like it's now within half a second now. And looks like they've slowed down at least a little bit because Corridor's now within 23 seconds of them as they start lap 30 coming into the first chicane and only 12 minutes left. So they've got, what are we looking at? About a minute and a half. I dropped out of college twice. Yep, they've got maybe like 6 or 7 laps or something. 7, maybe 8 laps to figure out when they're going to get onto those hards. Now, taking a look over at Fishtail over in P6, who is currently trying to fend off one very determined Edo. So Arrow's about 3/4 of a second behind Fishtail at the moment, revving the daylights out of that GTR, hopping onto the brakes and getting a lot of curbing. Isn't that a possible track limits infringement in the chicane there, TKs?
It can be. You just have to make sure you have some tires on the other side of the white line to be safe. So you can abuse that first chicane a lot more than you can this chicane coming up. This is the one that'll get you with the penalty if you abuse it too much.
All right, and okay, so you've just got to be methodical with the with how you go about it. All right, see, this is why you are the A+ driver. I am not.
Oh, I'm far from A+, far from A+. But thank you.
Listen. To me, you're an A+ driver. One of the best. But taking a look at Sugar Shuffles, livery designer extraordinaire, who's currently trying to get around Hondo at the moment. We've got about 1/4 of a second gap between those two. So Sugar Shuffles does have an opportunity to try and get an overtake and at least get P8 off of Hondo's hands. Coming into a scar, it looks like Hondo did clip the curbing, so may have been a missed apex there, I'm not sure, but actually didn't slow him down whatsoever, so maybe not taking the curbing is the right way to go about a Scari, because he just got a little bit more distance between himself. Now, Slow-Mo, we've got these two duking it out, and they are actually starting to lose some ground to Corridor, so are you thinking it'll be Corridor runs away with this, or do you think we'll have a 3-way shootout for the race victory once these two are out of the pits?
No, Tim, the way it looks right now, it's going to be a shootout. I mean, they're like you said, it's about a 22-second gap. That's about what a pit stop's going to be, maybe a couple seconds more. So, keep in mind when they come out of the pit stop, they still have to get up to speed, where you've got Corridor who will be coming down that straight at speed. So I think this is lining up to bring these guys together after the pit, but we're going to see how that plays out as these guys try to get themselves situated for that last stint of tires.
Yeah, and this last stint of tires is going to be pivotal, and when they box is going to be probably even more pivotal, because they've only got a little under 9.5 minutes left of this race, so they've got to really figure it out. Now, I do see Corridor with some blue flags nearby, so it looks like he just got around Stumpy, and Stumpy's about to have to acquiesce spot on the track for Digital Relay and MK3 Double T. So coming into Parabolica, Corridor is now running rather quickly. Currently has the overall fastest lap, even though there is no bonus point or anything, since this is winner takes all, mind you. But I mean, 35s, 36s, so Corridor is really trying to close that gap as fast as humanly possible. And taking a look up at the front, looks like Mr. Racing is all over the bumper of Nuke, and looks like gets a little bit squirrely. There might have been a slight nudge there, but it's hard telling with just these camera angles. Coming into Lesmo 1, it looks like Mr. Racing is really hungry for that race lead. Now, it would be tentative, of course, but, you know, a race lead, still a race lead. Now, coming into the second chicane, let's see what happened here. So, it looks like Mr. Racing gets right all over the bumper of Nuke about right here, and yeah, it looks like it might have been a slight nudge, or he was trying to avoid contact, but he was able to save the car. Some other drivers in this race have not been that lucky. So, well done to Mr. Racing and his unbelievable driver skill. Taking a look what's going on in real time, we've got Nuke only 0.3 of a second ahead of Mr. Racing. Corridor's 21 seconds behind. So these softs are starting to run a little low. We are just under the 8-minute mark now as we go into Parabolica yet again. Will either of these drivers go into the box yet, or are they just going to run till either those tires or the fuel tank dies? And it looks like it might be the strategy I just mentioned before. So now, as we see these two go on to lap 33 into the first chicane, looks like Nuke is, wow, 0.08 of a second, and looks like Nuke is trying to hold on for dear life for P1, and it looks like he'll be able to, but we've got Curva Grande up ahead, and you can carry quite a bit of momentum on the outside should the stars align. Now we got Mr. Racing trying to find some way to get around Nuke, and Nuke is really not letting him walk away with this. He's making him work for it. Coming into the first or the second chicane where things got a little squirrely earlier, looks like there's going to be no drama to speak of this time as they head up towards Lesmo 1. And Nuke will get a teensy bit of ground, but how is it going to be after this? Neither of them are on the green stuff, so they'll be able to get through there without a hitch. Neglecting to hop on the curb, which is probably the wiser idea with how light this car is and how worn these tires are. Looks like Nuke is going to keep holding on to P1 going into Ascari as well. But they also have Corridor in the shadows just waiting for them to make a mistake and waiting for them to go into the box too. So we got Nuke coming through and holding on to P1, but looks like Mr. Racing carried a little bit more momentum, but I think it might just be bump track territory for this one. Ow, Slow-mo, these guys are really trying to do what they can, but they're also just battling it out like crazy. Seeing a little tough of smoke there. That might have been brakes, that might have been a nudge, I don't know. But do you think, but Slow-mo, do you think these guys are shooting themselves in the foot by battling this hard right now?
I'll step in real quick. There we go.
Go ahead.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, I don't think they're shooting themselves in the foot. I think they need to get as much space as they can and, keep that space between them and Corridor before they make the pit. These guys are, I think they're pushing these tires absolutely as far as they can. In my mind, they probably want 1 or maybe 2 more laps before they go and make that pit stop.
All right, and T-Kicks, what's your perspective on it?
I think they need to stop squabbling a little bit. It doesn't look like they're doing it intentionally, but just being on worn tires and following that closely, it makes it a little difficult. But I think they are trying to hold station until they get to their pits, because Corridor has closed the gap about 3 seconds now, or even more. He's now under 20 seconds to Mr. Racing. So Corridor's doing what he needs to do. Now, his tires are going to be really worn, though, by the time that final lap comes around. So it's going to be fresh hards versus worn softs. It'll be a very interesting battle.
I wonder what the timing difference looks like between those two, because the softs will still have at least a minor competitive edge, and those fresh hards will be, not up to proper racing temperature. So that's going to throw some challenges in there, and I should just get one of those, that meme with the guy in front of the board with all the strings. I think I need one of those right now trying to make sense of all this. Now it looks like Mr. Racing is on the inside, and it looks like they are going to go into the pits with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to spare. Funny number. Now Corridor will have an opportunity to try and take the lead. They are running a little low on fuel, so they will have to top up their tanks at least a little bit, which will buy Corridor a little bit of time. Coming out of Parabolica, will Corridor have enough speed to try and take this race victory and hold on to it for 4 minutes? plus, applicable runoffs. We should also throw that in there. Looks like Nuke and Mr. Racing are going to be getting out of the pits, but it looks like that gap is dropping like a boulder at the moment. Looks like Corridor's only a second and a half behind Mr. Racing, and his softs actually have a good amount of life in them too. So I think Corridor is in a very, fortunate position with how they came out of the box. So what, he's got half-life softs, he's got about a quarter of a tank, he's only got 3.5 minutes of this endurance left, and it's just so hard to tell. It's really getting into, roll the dice territory, because there's no way to really tell. This gap between Corridor and Mr. Racing is now just slightly over half a second as they go through Lesmo 1, and Corridor is able to belt it on out. Now it's under a half a second, almost in quarter of a second territory. Corridor does get on the curving though, and he's still just closing it like a speeding missile. So I don't know, Slow-Mo, I think we got a fight on our hands here, bud.
Yeah, here we go. As Corridor's making the move on Mr. Racing, he's going to be on the outside. No, he's going to get it done and then go ahead and hit the apex on that turn. Corridor has Nuke in his sights right now. He's probably got 2 more laps to get it done. As you see the time ticking down on this final here, Corridor's going to have to make it happen here very quickly.
He will, and it's do or die time. 2.5 minutes left, and now it's going to be a big question of who is going to bring it on home. Now, Nuke is still pulling away from Corridor at the moment, but those hards are only going to get him so far, as that timing, that delta is starting to lean more in Corridor's favor. And we're really just sitting here wondering who's going to bring it home. Will it be S7R getting the title? Will the title go to Mexico? Like, it's a team versus a country at this point. Who is getting the prestigious honor of being the Season 6 champion? Also should quickly throw, we got a generous $20 donation from S7R's Dirty Tati. Let's see, it states, this is what a championship race should look like. NRL provides again, run Nuke. So, in Tati's unbiased professional opinion, Nuke should run away. We're all unbiased here. We're professionals.
He's trying.
Yeah, God love him, he's trying, but Corridor is now within a quarter of a second. So I think Corridor is going to try and use these next 90 seconds to run like a man out of hell and get ahead of Nuke. So Nuke is going to have to defend. Oh, we are on the penultimate lap, from what I'm hearing from production. Thank you, production. So yeah, we've got this and then 1 more lap. So Corridor's only got these 2 laps to try and get it done and really take it on home. And will he be able to do it as they come up into Parabolic? And Nuke is doing quite a bit of defending right now, but they can't battle too hard. Otherwise, Mr. Racing will be able to try and dethrone both of them. Looks like Corridor's trying to get on the inside of Parabolica, but not enough. Looks like Nuke had just enough momentum to carry it on forward as we move on to the final lap of this championship race. Corridor is only a 1/10 of a second behind and closing. And looks like he's going to be side by side. It is going to be a drag race to try and get this overtake done before the first chicane, but it looks like it's going to be in Nuke's favor. Nuke has the inside. Corridor is in P1 though, but it looks like Corridor will be. Oh, they are too wide. They are giving it. Oh, he's got. And Corridor gets the lead. Wow. So will Corridor hold on to it for the time being? He is still within earshot of Nuke. 1 small mistake, 1 penalty. You could have your championship dreams crushed like that. So Nuke and Corridor have to drive perfectly. They are going to be 2 abreast coming into the second chicane, and who is going to come out on top? Looks like Corridor has the inside. Oh, it looks like Nuke was trying to top his nose up, and it looks like Nuke was able to get it done, but just. So they are not done yet, and Mr. Racing is right there. So we have a 3-way shootout for the race lead, folks. Coming into Lesmo 1, Mr. Racing is eyeballing everything. It looks like Corridor's going to try and get the inside on Lesmo 2, and he does. And it looks like Nuke will lose P2. Yep. Nuke will lose P2 to Mr. Racing. Will Mr. Racing try and get this overtake done on Corridor and try and get a last-second victory? That would be quintessential NRL, folks. Now coming up into Ascari, and it looks like we've almost got 3 abreast racing. And coming into Ascari, it looks like Mr. Racing will take it. Nuke runs a little bit wide, so Corridor is in P2. Will Mr. Racing hold on to the race lead? Fuel light is on. Softs are looking very much worse for wear. Mr. Racing is in the lead, but not by much. We will probably be staying 2 wide through Parabolic, and this is getting very, very edgy or seat intense. All right, Mr. Racing had the inside. Will we see a cutback from Corridor? Corridor's on the throttle. Oh, Mr. Racing gets thrown. He loses it. No, Mr. Racing. And Corridor will walk away as your NRL Season 6 champion, Mr. Racing saving P2, and Nuke falling from P1 to the last step on the podium with Digital Relay in P4. Good God. Welcome to the NRL, folks. We'll see you in the next one.
Holy
man,
that was incredible. That was absolutely incredible.
Wow, I'm speechless. I mean, all the way down to the last turn, it looked like Mr.
What was that?
Racing maybe just... Oh, I think Mr. Racing was just trying to get on the throttle a little too hard, too fast, maybe, and boy, he just lost it.
That was a really close battle there at the end for P8 as well. Look at that. Corridor 71.
Look at that. Congratulations to Corridor for becoming our Division B champion. Only thing to say is Viva la Mexico! Well done. I knew he was in contention for that, but I didn't know it was going to be just that intense at the finish. Like, slow-mo TKs, I literally got the jitters from how exciting that race was. But let's go and take a look at the classified results, shall we? So, taking P1, the championship, and the overall fastest lap will be Corridor 71 with an overall race time of 1 hour, 49 seconds, .459. Coming in very, very close behind with that unfortunate loss of control in Parabolica will be Mr. Racing 40, coming in 1.1 seconds behind. And Nuke went from glory to heartbreak, falling to P3, all within the span of 10 seconds. Taking P4 will be Digital Relay with MK3 Double T SKR rounding out our top 5. We've got IORT Fishtail in P6, followed closely by Arrow. PHG Caper, with some unfortunate circumstances, will take P8. Moving our way down the grid into P9, we have Sugar Shuffles, followed by Hondo. Taking P11 will be BHR's Police Pangolin, followed by NVR Crew Level 11 with Santa Miguel. And Stumpy rounding out our racers for this final. What a race we just witnessed. Geez, I need a cup of tea or something. That was, that was intense. But I don't know, Slow-Mo, what'd you think of that race we just saw?
Man, that was incredible. I knew it was going to be close, and it's mind-boggling to think that these guys can run for an hour and then still be right there next to each other on that last lap. Just absolutely incredible racing from these guys. Very competitive, but clean as can be. You just don't see it any better than that. Those guys are respectable. They do it the right way. That is what a championship should look like right there.
Yeah, that was a quintessential championship race. TK, what do you think of what we just saw?
Yeah, that was incredible, and it wasn't just the top 3. I mean, it was crazy all the way around. Digital Relay making it up to P4 after getting damage on the first lap and pitting, and like, oh my goodness, that was fantastic. I mean, kudos to the drivers for putting on such a good and clean performance for us.
Yeah, congratulations to them. That was a finals worthy race. And honestly, I'm curious to see if Division A has a answer for that, because I don't think it gets much better than that. That was just absolutely fantastic. But all that said, let's go and talk to our NRL champion in Corridor. Corridor, you just had the finish of a lifetime. How are you feeling?
Hello, guys. I'm just still shaking. That was a very, very intense close to the race. I mean, the whole race, but that last 2 laps. Oh my God.
So you pitted early. You did the hard, mediums, and softs. How did you time your stints to where you knew you would be in contention for the race lead the moment the 4 runners came out of the box?
Actually, the first stint on hard, I was planning for only 3 laps, but by the way the race start happened, I knew that I maybe could do 5 and have these soft tires at the end of the race in a much better condition. And I was using the slipstream of the two guys in front. I think they were Nuke and Caper. So I decided to change my strategy, go for 5, then a full tank on the mediums and closing on the softs. And in the very end, on the last lap in Parabolica, I had just enough rubber to have a good exit and do the last overtake right there. So I think it paid off.
Yeah, it paid off, and it paid off in strides. TK, so over to you.
Yeah, Corridor, that was incredible, man. We were watching you. I don't know if you had the broadcast on, but we were talking the whole time about the gap between you and the leaders and where you were going to come at, where they were going to come out in relation to you. I'm looking back here on McNaughty.gg, looking at previous seasons. And, last season you finished P2 in Division B. And this season you got the victory. How does that feel coming out on top like that?
Oh, that's a great feeling because, the final of the previous season was very disappointing for me because I think I had good pace to contend for the championship, but I beat it in the very first turn, which I was not expecting. So being able to now win the championship is just, I'm speechless regarding that. Just amazing.
It really was amazing, man. You should be super proud of yourself. I hope the rest of your Saturday is just fantastic and that you're able to celebrate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, and Slow-Mo, over to you.
Corridor, congrats on the championship, man. So glad to see that that race come down to the absolute last turn. Talk us through a little bit on that last. I guess it was the second to last lap as you saw those guys coming out of the pits right in front of you. I mean, what's going through your mind? Were you worried about pushing those soft compounds too hard, or was it just all or nothing?
No, I kind of expected that after their last pit stop, they would be in front of me because my second stint on the mediums was not as good as I expected. But on the other hand, I knew that they would be on hard tires, and by delaying my stint in the hards for 2 more laps, I knew that the softs would give me enough speed to catch them both. But I wasn't so sure that I could overtake them because, reaching is one thing, but overtaking is very different. So I think there was a bit of contact in both ways. And in the end, I think it was the soft tires, even they were really worn out. But in the last turn, it gave me the traction and enough grip to accelerate and win the race.
Yeah, congratulations. I'm sure you've got some celebrating to do. So, Corridor, congrats, buddy.
Thank you very much. And if I can use just a few seconds, I would like to say thank you to my family for their support, especially to my wife, because without her support, I wouldn't say I wouldn't race in NRL or have time to practice. I just wouldn't even practice this beautiful sim racing sport and hobby that we do. So thank you very much to her, and I love you, wifey.
We love seeing that. Now, before you go, Corridor, how do you plan on celebrating your first ever championship?
I don't know. I think I'll go have dinner with the family, a bottle of wine, maybe a steak, something like that.
There we go.
Well deserved.
I mean, yeah, very well deserved. I'm going to be making some barbacoa tonight, so that's how I'm going to celebrate this.
Thank you guys for all your amazing work.
Have a great day, Corridor. And now let's go and take a moment to have a word with Mr. Racing. Mr. Racing, how are you feeling after that race?
Nerves are high, really high. Feeling a little bit disappointed. Could have done way better than what performance I showed today. But But other than that, I'm thankful for the position I got in my first season.
Yeah, you've had a fantastic season. I know the final result wasn't what you were hoping for, but if you could share with us some like key moments that stuck out to you since this was your first season in the NRL.
I mean, honestly, everything how McNaughty put this all together. It's really grateful. I'm really grateful to see like all these graphics on stream. To be a part of this. Because I almost didn't have the money to join the league, and lucky enough I did, and I'm very grateful that I even got to race in the finals. So
Yeah, you had a great season, and I hope we'll keep seeing you in seasons down the road. Over to you, TKs.
Yeah, Mr. Racing, fantastic. Seems like P2 is a common theme for you in this season. I'm curious. um, you spent a lot of the race stuck behind somebody, and from what I saw, it looked like you were working with most of the drivers on track, and you would just kind of pull out a little bit before the braking zone. How challenging was that to stay within half a second of these drivers and try to run your own race?
well, it was really challenging. Honestly, I had to pull a bit to the side, see where my board was to brake, maybe brake a little bit earlier. Yes, I was working with S7R Nuke. Great guy. Throughout this whole season, he's really helped me. I probably would even been got podium or any of these high positions without him. He really taught me how to be consistent, save tires, save fuel, be patient, and just when an opportunity strikes, you go for it. But I'm really grateful that I was able to work with him, and yeah.
That's awesome. I love hearing that, the community working together, even though you guys are competitors, helping each other out. And that's really what this is about. Man, congratulations. I mean, you put on a great performance. You should be really proud of what you've done.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that I could have done better. Basically, key point on the start, I could have, waited a little bit. My adrenaline was super high. Messed up the start, nearly spun on the first corner, and then was just, trying to get my mind back to focus on, remembering my breaking points, my line, how to drive the track again, because I was so focused on me messing up the first corner that I was super frustrated, and then throughout the race I just brought my mind back in. Stuck behind Nuke since he had more pace than me, and he was better on fuel saving, so I'll just stick behind him, stay in the slip, fuel save, and hope for the best. Medium stint wasn't really that good either. My tires were very worn out. Last 3 laps, struggled to keep up with him in the dirty air. He did a great job, keeping the pace up. Because if not, I would probably crash into him because it was very hard to, stay in that draft and then, not hit into someone. Um, but yeah, so much stuff I could have done to do better in the race, but that's what I got.
Well, you did an excellent job, man. I mean, you did better than any of us in the booth could have done. So great job. Slow mo, do you got any questions for Mr. Racing?
Yeah, 100%. Congratulations. I mean, again, I know that's not the result you were hoping for, but man, that was an incredible race. Great to see, how well you were able to keep up with those folks. Just, keeping pressure on people, running it clean, not pushing anybody into the dirt, things like that. Talk us through a little bit through that last turn. You and Corridor and Nuke coming in. What was going through your mind? What happened? Did you get on the gas a little bit too much? Talk us through that if you would.
Last lap, I told myself I know Corridor is most likely going to catch Nuke since he's on a very fast tire. And we had just come off the pit in the hards. We're just still trying to get accustomed to, you know, earlier braking points because the hard's, a very slower tire. So while that's happening, I see them, get side by side a few times. So I'm like, okay, something's about to happen. I stayed consistent. Just try to keep the car on track. And then if it was Lesmo 2 where they had, collided with each other, and I got that very good run on corridor coming in parabolica. I'm not parabolica, Ascari, and try to hold my line. Very nervous. My legs were shaking. Was hoping to be a NRL champion, and going through that last corner, I didn't have no problems in practice or with any other tire. I just stepped on the gas a little bit too much, and the car just gave a big twitch, and there goes my championship hopes.
So does that mean in future seasons you'll be coming in with a chip on your shoulder, ready to right the wrongs?
Yep. Next season or during this off season, I'm gonna be practicing like hell. Knowing the amount of potential I have in NRL, given the fact that it was my first season, I could really have a good shot at the championship. So next year I want to, correct everything I did wrong before, and yeah, hopefully, get that championship next season.
Well, we can't wait to see what you do. Congratulations on a very, very hard fought P2. And yeah, hopefully you can enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and we'll just see you down the road.
Um, I want to take a moment. I want to thank first Jesus above everything. He did all the work for me. S7R, their whole team is very supportive. S7R Nuke, he got me through this whole NRL process where I could, compete at their level. And MMR Moose, Jorge, all of them. I just want to thank all of them and helping me for getting there. My cousin and my family.
I'm sure they all very much appreciate the kind words. Yeah, there's a lot of great communities here in GT7. So thank you so much for your time, Mr. Racing.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, great season, buddy.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, let's go and have our final interview with S7R's Nuke. Nuke, you had quite the race, arguably a roller coaster of emotions. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, thanks. First, congratulations to Corridor and Mr. Racing for finishing 1-2. They had great seasons, and just congratulations to them. Yeah, I mean, the started off not so great. Caper got into the back of me going into the second chicane. Kind of sent me back. Luckily, no damage. But head down and just grind it out. Softs mediums were my OP tire, and it didn't really alter my strategy. So that kind of set me back. By the end of the medium stint, where I was kind of back where I wanted to be, just running the strategy. I knew Corridor was going to be a threat all before the start of the race, just based on practice. He had really good pace in practice lobbies that we've been in. A little bit of contact going into chicane number 1. I'll have to look at the replays on it to determine what I'll do with that. But yeah, I mean, hey, I'm on the podium, a good result, not the result I wanted, but it was a roller coaster.
Yeah, and you did great. Honestly, you really did great, and I can't wait to see what the future seasons have in store, not just for you, but the entire S7R team as a whole. Over to you, TKs.
Yeah, congratulations, Nuke. Yeah, I know this wasn't how you wanted it to end, as you really did dominate Division B Saturday this season. You did really, really well, finishing first in all those races. I just want to hear what it was like there on that final lap going into Parabolica, as you see the two of them go side by side, and then Mr. Racing have a little incident. What was that like for you?
Well, unfortunately, Corridor went on the inside of me going through Lesmo 2, and then going through Ascari, I got sideways. So it really set me back away from them. If that wouldn't have happened, I may have been in a little bit different position on Parabolica, but it was all I could do not to wreck. going through Ascari. So, I just kind of backed out at that point a little bit to make sure I didn't, bend the car. And, but yeah, so because they both slid under me or, well, yeah, I had to
Mm.
give Corridor room coming out of Lesmo too, because he dove to the inside of me. So I had to give room so they both slid through. So,
Interesting.
wasn't going to wreck anybody. So,
Yeah. Well, good on you for not doing that slow mo.
Yeah, Nuke, congratulations on the podium finish. I know you and I had a conversation kind of about how you expected the race to go. I mean, you really kind of played Nostradamus there the day before. You almost told me exactly what was going to happen there,
yeah.
with exception to Mr. Racing being in the mix. Your strategy was on point. It looked like you did everything you could, and maybe just didn't quite get the result that you wanted today. So, it sounds like you had that slide in Ascari that may have changed a little bit about where you finished without that. So you could have been up a little higher. Anything else that you think could have gone differently? I mean, you even predicted carnage in the beginning. I don't even know what to say. You literally told me exactly what was going to happen yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the thing with Caper, early really set me back, right? Because I went from the lead to fifth, and getting through traffic is just takes time, right? And so that cost me a good bit of time, so that was really the difference in my overall race time was that initial, that incident there. Um, Caper's a great guy. He's apologized. I got no issues, there. I mean, but it set my strategy back, right? So I wasn't where I wanted to be. I had to drive a little different on my mediums than I wanted to drive. So it kind of set my strategy off lap wise. I stayed there. I almost had enough fuel. Well, I did actually. I had enough fuel to go another lap on mediums, and to be honest, that is the one thing that I wish I would have done because the mediums are a
Okay.
great tire. Because I pitted, I was right at one lap left, and I had Mr. Racing behind me. We were talking, and I said, "Listen," I said, "I think I can go another lap," and he's like, "No," he couldn't. So I decided that we would stick together, and so I went ahead and pitted. But if I had to do something different, I would have gone that extra lap on my mediums, which would have made one last lap on hards, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So,
Interesting.
yeah. So that's what I
Wow.
would have done different.
Well, you made it an absolutely great race to watch and commentate on. Thank you. Representing SR7 for the very well this season. Another podium for you. Congratulations on a great season, Nuke.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, the whole S7R team is very supportive. We've got you got Wid and Rusty in the next race, and I wish them well. Truth was on hot standby to jump in. If somebody didn't make it, I hate it that he was the first guy out, but those guys helped us a lot in prep for not only this race but for all of our races. So, everything we do at S7R is a team effort, and I'm just proud of the team. I'm proud to be the owner of the team, and I look forward to some new members coming in soon.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for your time, Nuke. Hopefully you can relax for the rest of your Saturday. And don't you guys have your own league going on too?
We do. Well, we've got an IRO race going on right now, split one, 24-hour race at Spa that we've got, 20 some drivers in. And then we have a league on Sunday nights, our S7R Toyota Cup. We're actually winding down the season. We're in race 11 of 12, where it's a sprint and an endurance race, but that's on Sunday nights. We'll be announcing our new season pretty soon for our S7R league that we have open to the public. So keep your eye out for that. And we're looking to fill the gaps, in between some of the McNaughty leagues. So
And speaking of McNaughty, isn't he a racer in that?
he's a racer in the IRO split one. He'll be racing for the Me Cougar team. We've got three teams that are in the split one. We have a S7R esports team. We have the Me Cougar team, and then my team, which is the Boomers, because I'm an old guy, so we're the Boomers. And but yeah, I think he's racing stint 6, I think, for the Me Cougar team tonight. And then he helps us tremendously with our production effort on our S7R Toyota Cup. So a lot of appreciation to McNaughty for how he's collaborated with S7R and all that he does, to support our team. So hats off to McNaughty.
Well, thank you for the insight, Nuke. Everybody watching at home, hope you've had a great day. Please make sure to drop some likes, drop some subscribes, and some thank you McNaughty's in the chat. But over on the Division B side, that is all for us for now. So thank you all so much for tuning in and listening to us. And when we come back on the other side of the break, you will have the Division A finals with the beautiful TK's, Flawed Genius Gaming, and Tati. So sit tight. They'll be right back with you.
Welcome back, everyone, to part 2 of the NRL Season 6 Grand Finale. After witnessing the epic finale of the Division B drivers, hosted by the awesome trio of Toon, Slowmo, and T-Case, Toon, I've filed the paperwork for the great commentary custody battle of 2025. Me versus you, winner keeps T-Case. Loser gets the mic static. So now it's the turn of the Division A drivers in what could be one of the closest Division A races seen to date. We have reigning back-to-back NRL champion Wid, a former champion in Hawko, and many potential champions waiting in the wings, looking to take the crown in what is shaping up to be one of the most competitive finals we've ever seen. I am taking over Toon's position as your main host today, but as per usual, back in the commentary booth with me is T-Case, back from his Division B exploits and recapturing his amazing voice again, with the ever impressive Tatty joining me once again. T-Case, good afternoon to you. Have you recovered from the first race, and how excited are you feeling ahead of this Division A final?
Ooh, have I recovered? I don't know if recovered's the right word. I'm definitely riding on a high from that ending of that last race, and I'm so pumped for this one. Before we get into it, I do want to point out we did get a donation from DeCrawler. I believe it was actually his second donation. We missed the first one, but a $4.99 from DeCrawler. Good luck, all Split A drivers. Thank you, broadcasters, and most importantly, thanks to all the viewers and supporters. Let's go racing. I'm ready for it too, DeCrawler. Thank you so much.
Glad you are, and I'm glad everyone in chat is ready in what is going to be an amazing Division A final. But secondly, Tati, good to see you again, and with how competitive the grid is today, with so many great drivers out there, this is going to be a very unpredictable race, right?
Absolutely. I don't even know where to start. It's not just the drivers, it's the nature of this track. Daytona, one mistake costs a lot. This car presents a lot of strategies, and then the fact that every tire is necessary and the time change. This is insane. I can't wait.
Yeah. My thoughts as well, Tati, that is for sure. Okay, so without further ado, let's introduce the race details for our NRL Season 6 Division A final. And so we are heading over to the palm trees of Florida on the southeast coast of the US, along the Atlantic Ocean in this all-American affair for the visit of Daytona International Speedway in its road course variation. No qualifying, as the grid is determined by their championship point standings to set the grid for today, which will start off with a grid start full start check ahead of our 50-lap race here. Track length is 3.56 miles with a total of 13 turns in an anti-clockwise direction. The drivers will be running the Corvette CXR VGT concept car. This car is the thing of the future with a whopping 2,038 horsepower. It's got a four-wheel drivetrain weighing in at 2,755 pounds in this turbocharged machine. It also has an 8-gear transmission and a powerful DRS button, or what I like to call the hyperspeed mode. There'll be no tuning, just brake balance to be tweaked, and BOP will be enabled. Both tyres and fuel consumption will be running at ×2, heavy damage set to heavy as usual, and the race will be starting in the evening with a time race at ×20. So night to day cycle will be achieved with all racing compounds of the softs, mediums and the hards available and to be used, as all tyres are set to mandatory. We could see all kinds of strategy on play here in this race. Now, there will be no point scoring in this one. It's a fight to the end. Winner of this race will be crowned champion of the NRL Season 6. TKs, can you read us through the grid for Division A, the final, please?
Absolutely. Starting on the back row, we have Talon and Twitch Hako and 14th and 13th. Then ahead of them will be Moose 21 and the Kai. Then we have FAF Wade, next to VIP Cyrus Nikki GT. Then on the next row, we have Rusty Maggots lined up alongside Oak K Naranjo. Then we have Negative Waves and Alicos on the next row. Ahead of them is The Crawler and Jorge Sr. Then on that coveted front row, we have S7R Wid and FAF Bobajito starting on pole. And then looking here, you can see all the drivers and their streaming platforms. We got a few Twitch streamers and some YouTube streamers. Be sure to check them out, give them some support, but please keep our broadcasts on so you don't miss any of the action.
Thank you, T-Case. So it is a new car, but a very familiar circuit today. Now, T-Case, I know you are generally a fan of road cars. However, this car is just something else. Very different from your normal Corvettes. What was your experiences driving this car, T-Case?
This thing is crazy. I am not a downforce kind of guy, and I found myself braking way too early, coming out of corners in the wrong gear, losing it, spinning. And I don't know if y'all heard, I recently joined the VR Mafia, and I was doing it in VR, and it was wild. It was crazy. I was in a lobby with Hako, watching them, just rip through there. And this car is nuts. I am very, very familiar with the track. I've been to the 24 Hours of Daytona several times, and I'm excited to see how this plays out with these crazy cars.
Was you literally shaking afterwards, T-Case?
Yeah, I definitely needed to adjust my wheel settings because it was trying to rip the wheel out of my hands on the straights. It was crazy.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of challenges ahead for the drivers, that is for sure. And yeah, Tati, you should be very familiar with this location, but with the nature of this car and the normal tendencies of the races here, what can we expect from today's race?
Well, this track is one of the great homes of speed. Obviously, it is a NASCAR super speedway, and they were like, let's just throw a couple turns in the middle and just see if it slows them down. Not really. This car, while it is, high in downforce, as TK's found out, putting on the brakes too soon, it also has active aero. So it will help you with getting to that top speed. So what we should expect is drivers trying to maximize that and take that into consideration. If that wheel is straight, that wing is down, and you're going to see a lot of straight lining of stuff. Yes,
indeed. I think the key at this circuit, as normal, is normally being in that slipstream battle. But of course, for those that haven't tested this car comes with, I don't know if it's called a DRS button or a KERS button, but it's certainly a button that gives you a big boost of speed. We are awaiting the race start, and there they are now as they line up on the grid. It will be a grid start here, so FAF Bobajito will be starting. In fact, it'll be a rolling start, in fact. So Bobajito will be leading the trainer cars away with S7R Wid in second, Jorge in third, the Crawler in fourth, Alicos in fifth, Negative Waves in sixth, as we await the lights to go out, and away we go. So Bobajito will run us into turn one with a close Wid just behind him, just looking on the tyres as well. Bobajito starting on the hard tyres. I'm not sure if Wid is on the softer of the compounds. He looked like he did close up to the back of him, but yeah, for the time being, Bobajito just going through the horseshoe now, leading the race with Jorge in third, the Crawler in fourth, Alicos in fifth. We've got Oak in sixth position. I do believe he may have just moved up a position with Rusty Maggots P7 and Negative Waves in P8. They are a line astern as we come through the corner now. Wade in ninth, Cyrus Nikki in 10th, the Kai in 11th, Hulko in 12th, and yeah, they are still a line astern. I do imagine they will be looking to get to the back of each of the cars to pull them along and maybe get that extra boost in speed. Let's have a look on the replay now in the first turn. So Moose was in 12th position. We riding on board with Hulko in 13th. As we went into the braking zone, Moose went wide. It looked like Hulko took up the inside line to power past him into 12th position. So a fantastic move from Hulko as Moose had to pull out of it and tuck back into 13th position. Hulko already up into P6. Jesus. So Hulko has deployed the boost button, and there's evidence of it there as he gathered so much momentum and speed. He's going to have to be wary though, because the boost button doesn't last very long through the race, but already propels him up 8 positions from the start of this race, TKs.
Yeah, it was incredible. You can see as they go into the Le Mans chicane here, he's gonna, as soon as he gets on the straight, apply that overtake. You see the rear wing adjusting there as he just comes flying by everybody. And I do want to point out, Wid did the same thing going into the Le Mans chicane to take the lead. He was using that overtake button to get ahead of Jorge Sr. and Bobagito.
Yes, well,
okay,
yeah,
but
I mean,
can we talk about really quick? By the time we were in that replay, by the time he even deployed it, he was already P7 from 13th.
Yep.
Yes, yes. I know, crazy. Well, as I said, it is like, Jorge around the outside of Wid actually to retake the lead of the race as we approach the bus stop chicane. Yeah, the boost button is so powerful in this car. I mean, it can provide up to 60 miles per hour extra in the flat out sections, as it looks like Bobagito and Crawler were fighting side by side, but Bobagito just tucks in front. Wid is going to take his half a second penalty. That is going to push him down the grid order. Maybe Hulko will start catching up to Wid, who is in 5th position at the moment. He's down to about half a second, 4/10 of a second, 3/10 of a second as we go into the braking zone for turn 1 on lap 3. But yeah, certainly with the boost button, it is definitely going to be interesting to see when they deploy it, because you know, this thing doesn't really charge up. Now you can see with the green arrow that it's saying it's charging, but it doesn't really charge up too much. So they really have to time the deployment of the button and see if it works out for them. But at the moment, very tight between the top 5 drivers. 3 seconds covering the top 5, with Rusty Mag. It's about 1.6 seconds down in 6th position. Now Hulko, we know all about Hulko. He is the OG NRL driver. He was the champion from season 1, so a very experienced pro. And you know, as we've already mentioned, you know, started from 13th on the grid, but easily capable of winning the races. He looks to battle S7R Wid. He used that slipstream to pull up alongside him, and he takes that 4th position before we got into the bus stop chicane. And Hulko definitely making moves right now, Tassie.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing from Hulko and many others is deploying the battery to, you know, strategically get position while the field is bunched up. You know, these drivers will have calculated down to, you know, down to whatever minuscule number they need, how much battery to deploy and when for their strategy. And it's interesting to see what Hawko's is right now.
Yeah, I would imagine he's used quite a bit of it. But something I haven't really been looking at is the tyre situation now. All 3 tyre compounds must be used in this race. So it's the hards, mediums and softs. Bobagito, currently 2nd position at the moment. He's decided to run the racing hard tyres, so trying to get them out of the way. We can't really decide on strategy. So we don't know if... you know, they're going to be running long on the hard tires and then getting onto the mediums and softs. Are they going to maybe deploy the soft tires more? So maybe do 2 stints on the softs or 2 stints on the mediums. It's really up in the air here, but we ride on board with the Crawler currently in 3rd position, 7/10 of a second down on Bobagito. Yeah, the Crawler who qualified in 4th position, up 1 position already. Wid, who is now 3.2 seconds adrift in 4th position. The top 3 starting to sred out a little bit here. 3.4 seconds covering the top 3 drivers. But Wid is under serious pressure from Rusty Maggers, who's on the outside of Hawko, trying to grab that 5th position away from me. He's got the slipstream of S7. Oh, slightly out of contact between the 2 drivers of Hawko and Rusty Maggers. Just about gets away with it, but Hawko has the inside line for turn 1. Can he get on the traction? No, he can't. Rusty Maggers will sweep in front of him to hold on to that 5th position, but all that battling has been that Wid is able to start pulling away slightly, which is roughly about 0.6 of a second in P4 case.
Yeah, indeed. It's such an interesting race because you can just quickly overtake somebody, but then as soon as you get on the next straight, everything changes. I do want to point out Oak, K Naranjo, he did go into the pits. He had damaged front aero and front right wheel. So he went into the pits. He was on the hards and has come out on the mediums.
Okay, well, I have to keep an eye on that one because it's going to be hard to keep an eye on all the drivers with all these different strategies on play here. We ride on board with Alicos at the moment, currently 7th position, 1.4 seconds down on Twitch. Hawko, 3.4 seconds in front of Wade. He's on the racing soft tyres. Alicos is one of the drivers that has won a race this season. He is actually making... no, in fact, this is his 2nd season in the NRL. The last final he was involved in was season 5, where he grabbed a brilliant 4th position, looking to see if he can, do one better and get into the podium, if not battle for the champion or the crown, should I say. So currently in a decent position in P7. FAF Wade, he's making his debut for NRL season 6. He's currently in 8th position with a fast approaching Moose in 9th position, who has already made up, I do believe, 3 positions into P9. Wade goes purple through sector 1, so looking to get on a charge. Cyrus Nicky at the moment just to the back of Moose, looking to sweep up if any opportunities do occur. But Wade is part of the Full Acceleration Force team, and he's got some beautiful hardware there in the Fanatec DD Pro. Very, very good driver Wade is, and certainly so far he's grabbed the 1 podium in these. He was in the Saturday Division A. We have got a bit of a battle going on just a little bit behind. T-Case, can you tell us about Kai and Talon?
Yeah, the Kai's been moving. He had a kind of a rough start, but he has quickly made work of negative waves and Talon, and just in that time of coming out of the chicane has put almost a second gap on Talon. So they've been battling it out. The Kai trying to make his way up the field, starting on those racing hard tires.
Yeah, indeed. And that's it. I mean, we are, 7 laps into this 50-lap race, a long race ahead of us. But what are your thoughts so far in the beginning part of this race?
Well, so far there's been a lot of positional change up front, and I do wonder, with all that battery deployment that we saw happening from some drivers, if they have taken into account that it doesn't come back, or if they know something we don't, or if they're going to rely on maybe a faster tire later on to carry them through the end of the race. But it's a long race. We're only in lap 7 of 50.
Yeah, and this is probably about the time where I think chat needs to get their predictions in terms of the race strategies on play here, because when I did testing, I ran all the tires as long as I could, really. Tried to do the 2-stopper. It was actually 25 laps that I did on the hard tires. You do actually get 27 laps worth of fuel in the tank. I think I ran 16 laps on the mediums, and I think it's 9 laps on the softs. And this was at the point where the tires were dead. And one thing I did notice is that when you deploy the boost, it really kicks in that tire wear. So the drivers will really need to, use the boost at the right times. and it's going to be interesting to see how the drivers get on as we look on board with S7R Weird, who is trying to challenge Hawko for that podium position. He is swarming all over the back bumper like a bee to honey. And yeah, certainly very, very close between the two drivers. But I do hear that there is a battle going on just behind as well, TKs.
Yeah, there's a little bit go. I mean, it's kind of everywhere, and with this battery deployment, it's crazy. But Wid here, still on the back of Hako. This battle between the two of them not over yet. Incredible. Hako coming from the back row of the grid, now into a podium position as they come on to the straight, or well, it's not that straight, but the flat out section coming into the chicane. And it looks like Wid may be able to get alongside of him before we go in the chicane, but we know it is not great to go side by side. No. Hako's going to back out a little bit, allow Wid through, and now Wid is back up into that P3 position.
Yeah, we're just deploying that boost button just at the right time, just to edge in front of Hawko. And I do believe that Hawko has deployed a lot of that boost, so he's having to kind of save it and just try to keep that consistent pace. But of course, in that luxury position of P4, up 9 positions from his grid start. Bobagido, however, he is down 9 positions, originally from pole position, with Moose and Kai working in tandem. Of course, great friends of each other. So it looks like Kai was boosting Moose on. Oh, Moose goes a little bit deep though, and I think Kai will take forward advantage. No, he will back out of it because 2 don't go into 1 in the right and left hand kick. So as we come into the next turn, Moose goes a little bit wide. Kai on the inside, but actually not able to get on the power as early as Moose then. So we'll tuck back into 11th position, but certainly making good ground on the drivers in front, Tati.
Yeah, I mean, I think I recognize now what Hako has done here, right? Just let's get with the front runners and then not deploy boost. I just want to be up front with those I know who are fast and rely on the slipstream. But I mean, DeCrawler and Jorge are somewhere up the road. I don't really know what the gap is, so I need these two to start working together or maybe figure it out because they got to catch up. Yeah, 11.5 seconds for Jorge. Somebody do something.
And look at his battery deployment, though. He has he is trying to get out ahead and stay ahead, and he probably isn't going to have much left there at the end. No, but he has definitely been using that to his advantage and kind of running away with it so far.
Yeah, 12 seconds, or just under 12 seconds. He is running the racing hard tires as well, so quite a surprise. But as you said, he's deployed that battery to nearly halfway, and we're only on lap 10 or 50. So certainly could come under pressure later on in the race, but actually you gain so much time and speed when you deploy that battery. Yes, we're looking on board with S7R with Hawko. Then Weird has managed to get in front of Hawko. Well, he did a couple of laps ago, but the gap is still within 3/4 of a second, and Weird we'll know he's got a little bit more boost to push away if needed. But looking down the grid as well with Rusty in P5, Alico's in P6, Cyrus Nikki up into P7 now from 10th position a couple of laps ago. So Bobagido uses that boost button, and look at that, just whizzes past him around the outside, move up into P7. You can see the gaps really forming very quickly there. So Cyrus Nikki allowing him through down into P8, but in a good position at the moment. He's on the medium tires. He's got good life in their tires still, but does need to keep an eye on the drivers behind because FAF Wade is starting to close in, although actually Cyrus Nikki is starting to pull away because he's got the slipstream of Bobagido. He might be deploying that boost as well, and he goes around the outside, and they're going to be side by side as we come up to turn 1. So it's definitely a bit of a cat and mouse game in this race, and a really hard one to call, Tati.
Oh yeah, that seemed like Cyrus had it, and Bobagido was to hit the button. Was like, I think not. Very too soon junior moment, if you know what I'm talking about. Right there, that was awesome.
Yeah, it certainly was, and So at the moment, as commentators, we have no idea what's going on here. We can only commentate on the racing action, but I suppose all will be revealed in the second half of the race. But certainly the gaps between Bob Gido and the cars behind starting to bunch up now. So Moose has caught to within just over a second to FAF Wade in 10th position. Kai is still behind him in 11th position, just 3.5 tenths down on MMR Moose, of course, the proprietor of the Moose Mafia Racing Team, using that Fanatec DD Pro of his. I do believe he's got a McLaren rim as well. Very, very nice stuff. But Moose is one of those ever-present drivers in the NRL. I'm trying to find these stats actually, but he has a 13% win ratio. That is 2 wins out of 16 races, but he has got 7 podiums out of that as well, which is a 44% podium ratio. And his last NRL final result was 4th position, as he does make the move on FAF Wade to move up into P8. And yeah, looks away from the screen for 1 second there, and Moose already propels himself up 1 position, isn't it, to 8th. So making good ground here. And as I said, this is a race full of strategy, not just about the tyres, but certainly the deployment of the boost, as well as you know, obviously getting into that slipstream of the drivers and try to help them pull them along. Fuel shouldn't be an issue for these cars. We do have to obviously make 2 pit stops at least, so they will need to put more fuel in, but I don't believe that this will be a fuel saving race at all. More about trying to conserve them tyres, I do believe. But at the moment, yeah, a few drivers coming in. Jorge deciding to come off them hard tyres on lap 12 of 50. He's got about 54% of fuel. So coming off them hard tyres, and it could be some drivers doing the 2-stopper, some drivers could be doing the 3-stopper. That was my prediction. But, you know, NRL full of surprises, TK, as we've seen before.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get. But for sure, and I want to point out, Boba Gito did pit. He started on the hards. He pitted a while back on the mediums. That's why he fell back all those positions, and now he's moving his way back up through the field on the mediums. So he got off the hards early. Now we see DeCrawler taking the lead, and Wid just behind Jorge Sr. So some of these drivers taking the mediums long. It kind of looks like the medium is the preferred tire here. It's just a matter of, like you said, making it all work together for you with the battery deployment.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, so at the moment it's looking, you know, it's looking rather rosy for a lot of the drivers, particularly up the sharp end of the grid. But yeah, Jorge in a 2nd position. You know, he's one of them kind of young pretenders, one of them drivers that really itching to get that NRL crown, because he did come 2nd position in the last Division A final. He definitely wants to get one over S7R Wid and the rest of the drivers, because I do believe that so many drivers in this grid is capable of getting the NRL crown for season 6. So we're going to have to wait and see, but certainly we've got a big battle going on for P7. Moose is heading that train of cars of 4 cars actually, with FAF Wade just at the back of it in 10th position. But certainly we're talking about what, not even half a second between each of the cars. And in fact, Kai is very close to the back of Cyrus Nicky, who holds himself in 8th position. But so far so good for the crawler, who is leading the race over Jorge by 0.8 of a second. Jorge has got the freshest of medium tires, so he should be rather competitive at this point. But look at the battery that Jorge has got left though, under a quarter. So he has deployed so much of that battery, and he's going to use more of it because he's going to power pass the crawler into the race lead there, Tattoo.
Yeah, I don't know what the rest of this race looks like for Jorge, but I can't imagine that. I don't know. It's Daytona. You want all the speed that you can get, and that battery is such a big part of that. Can he build up enough of a gap to make it worth having used all that battery? I don't know.
Yeah, well, you see, the Kai had the right idea because he's got about 3/4 of the battery, powers past Cyrus Nicky before we got into the braking zone for the bus stop chicane on lap number 14, and now he is all over the back bumper of Moose 21, who currently holds P7. But as I said, they are friends of each other. They might even be talking on the radio, so they're definitely working in tandem to try and propel themselves up the grid order. Kai is on the racing hard tyres that I just noticed as well, so running long on them hard tyres, 15 laps already on them. Twitch Hawko currently in P4, he's also running the hard tyres. You will notice with the tyre delta that the rear tyres do burn up very quickly, and once they do burn up, that car is very squirrely at best. So yes, certainly a challenge for the drivers out there, but yeah, certainly keeping it nice and smooth is Moose and Kai. Cyrus Nicky not too far behind in 9th position, and FAF Wade just about in that slipstream battle. But TK's, I mean, I thought Kai was going to slingshot his way past Moose. You cannot take your eyes off for a second. I think Kai should be able to get past him. He does use that overtake button, and we see it glow red in the bottom right hand corner. So Kai has moved up into 7th position. But TK, is there anything else going on in the grid that we should be aware of?
No battles, but something interesting. Wade hasn't used any of his overtake. He's got a full bar of juice there. He's in P10 currently, following this trail of cars we have in front of us. So he's saving it for the end. And I was looking through, it looks like a lot of drivers haven't used very much. It's kind of the ones up front who have been battling and trying to pull away have been using their battery. So it should be interesting towards the end of this race, as we're, I mean, not even halfway there, to see how he ends up deploying it. Because sitting in P10, you got tire strategy, positions will change, but if he can kind of do what Jorge did at the start, and for the second half of this race just be deploying that battery, I think that might be a good strategy.
It could well be. And something that I noticed in my testing, so I might not be as fast as these drivers, however, in my testing, when I was on the soft tires, when I deployed the battery for the whole lap, I managed to get a 1:21 lap time. Right, when I didn't use the boost, right, I was typically hitting 1:27s, 1:28 on the soft tires. That's how much of a difference that boost button makes. So there's no surprise that Jorge, was leading and doing so well. Of course, very fast driver in his own right, but because he's deployed that battery so much, he's just able to streak ahead by so much. But it's going to be interesting to see how long Wade decides not to use that battery and try to get himself in that good position and then deploy it in the second half of the race. We did just see MMR Oak, who's at the back of the grid. Of course, he's had that moment at the start of the race where he picked up damage, so not having the best of times at the moment, but we've still got a long way ahead of us in this 50-lap race we have here in the Daytona International Raceway in the road course variant. Of course, as we look on board with the pole sitter at the start of the race, FAF Bob Agido picked up the most points in the championship this season, but at the moment, as you look on board with him, P6 at the moment, he's on the racing medium tires. He has deployed a little bit of that battery, but he's still got an ample amount left in the battery tank. I don't know, battery pack, I think it's probably about. So yeah, he's trying to stay to the back of Rusty Maggots. He's using that slipstream, and yeah, maybe just trying to save that battery to allow Rusty Maggots to pull him along. But in this race, still hard to really call what's going on here, Tati. But we're 17 laps into the race now, Tati. I mean, I think Bob Gito is deploying that boost button, or he's definitely got the slingshot and passed Rusty Maggots into P5, sorry. Yeah, we're on lap 18 now, Tati. And have we had any more clues on what is happening in the grid at the moment?
Well, the clue is that a lot is happening, which we expected. The strategies are almost endless. You have people who are using the boost to get away. You have folks who are saving it, likely for an emergency. You have people who are deploying it down to a science. I mean, these guys have had 2 weeks to practice this race. I promise you, some of them have run every single possible scenario of strategy that might work out and have gotten information from other drivers about the scenarios they didn't actually run or run into in the practice. I've heard all sorts of strategies going out.
Yeah, it's honestly hats off to McNaughty and all the testers in NRL, because when I didn't put in 2 weeks of practice, I did 1 session, but normally I get a good indication of what is required and what kind of strategies are on play. But by the end of it, I still had no idea. So,
Wid just took P2 from the crawler, deploying that battery, and is now ahead of the crawler.
Right, okay, big news there as we look on board with the replay then. So yeah, Weird had a good run out of the bus stop chicane, was using that slipstream, and then he did deploy the overtake button around the outside, and does take that position away from him to move up into P2. Interestingly though, not much left on them tires, but certainly, I mean, he's on the racing medium tires. I do believe this is his first stint on the racing mediums, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, they're definitely taking them medium tires right to the edge there. 19 laps. That was more laps than I could get on the medium tires. So he's doing fantastic in terms of tire degradation. Yeah, certainly that car will be a little bit of a struggle to handle, particularly in the corners, as we look on board with Jorge. Sorry, Tati?
I was gonna say, I think that was the idea, right? This race is supposed to run night to day. You take the softer compounds in the nighttime, the track is cooler, they'll last longer for you. So you spend less time on the hard, basically.
Yeah.
And to that point, Hako just pitted for the softs. So
yep.
I think you are onto something there. That is very smart, as we are well into the night here. Hako coming out on the softs, currently in P12.
Okay, so we'll see how that fares for him. So he was on the hards, he's now onto the softs, and then the medium stint, which is kind of still a good tire to be on, and certainly does last a lot longer than the soft tires. So we'll see how long he stays out on the soft tires and what sort of times he can produce. Yeah, certainly the movers and shakers of the race is the Kai and Moose, who have now moved up into P5 and P6 respectively, making good progress up the grid, and a decent amount of battery left as well. In fact, and Wade still hasn't used that battery, and currently rising up the standings in 8th position, just 0.4 of a second down on VIP Cyrus Nicky, who holds himself in 7th position. Barely anything left on them medium tires, however, so he probably will be coming in imminently. Talent also up 4 positions into 9th position. He has been running the racing hard tires. The crawler down into 10th, so he got released at the back of, or near the back of the grid, should I say. But certainly he's going to be running, I would imagine he's going to run these hard tires a very, very long time, but we'll see. Some drivers might just, use the hards, for the minimum amount of laps and then go onto the softer tires. But I predict that the crawler will stay on these hard tires for quite a long time, I think, TKs.
Yeah, I think so too. It kind of goes against what we were saying about using the softer compound in the cooler evening time here, but I can't imagine he does a short stint. I think he's going to run these longs. We still have over half the race left, and the softs just do not last.
No, they don't indeed. And he has made the move on Talent again, using that boost button and just powers past him into warp speed there. So moves up into 8th position. Hawko, 11th position at the moment on the racing soft tyres. As mentioned, he's got about a third of the battery pack left. So he will need to conserve that battery. The smart thing to do is to save it till the end, but we'll see what happens there. And Wade getting released out on circuit into 13th position. Of course, the only driver, I think, of what I've seen so far that hasn't deployed that battery. So hopefully it's not because he's not actually assigned a button on his wheel.
Oh man,
That would be a disaster.
oh man, I've done it.
Yeah, fingers crossed it's not for that reason, but yeah, I mean, definitely I think playing the smart game if he has assigned that button. Yeah, at the moment Jorge is still leading the race by just under 9 seconds. In fact, it will be more than that because Weird is in the pit lane now, so Bobagido will now inherit 2nd position and is 22 seconds behind. But of course, Bobagido has made his pit stop. Jorge, however, hasn't. And I mean, he's done amazing, I think, so far. Has Jorge? He's used a set of tires, has he?
Yes, he has. He started on the hards.
Started on the hards, thank you. But he didn't put the fuel in, so that's where I was getting confused. So he's on the medium tires at the moment, so there'll be one other tyre to use, which is the softs. But on lap 22 with quite worn medium tyres, it would suggest that he is on the 3 stopper. Talon currently P8 at the moment, doing a very long stint on them hard tyres. He hasn't got too much fuel left in the tank though, so the crawler has now moved up into 7th position, so he's starting to climb the ranks again. And once everyone does start to serve their pit stops, we'll really see where the drivers are across the grid. Yeah, I mean, Tati, I mean, we're at that position where we're a little bit confused on who's actually doing well and who's not doing so well. I mean, I guess you get the same impression, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you, and I think it's not so much a matter of who's doing well and who's not. I think it's going to be executing your strategy. I think a lot of different strategies are viable.
Indeed.
We won't know until the end, I guess.
No, it could be anyone's guess for the next 20 or so laps. But yeah, certainly quietly going about their business is the Kai and Moose, now currently P3 and P4, 28 seconds down on the leader. Jorge with Wid in P5, the crawler now promoted up into 6th position, and also Hawko as well starting to rise up the ranks as well in 8th position. So yeah, doing really well at the moment. Very consistent lap times as well, something I did notice from Hawko there, consistently hitting the 1 minute 27 range. Looking down the grid, negative waves is like 28s, 29s, Rusty Maggots, 27s, 28s, and then we've got Wade, who's consistently been hitting 1 minute 28, but last lap was a 1 minute 27.7. Cyrus Nicky P13 at the moment, but he is on the soft tires, so he should be fast at this point of the race. We have got MMR Oak at the moment, who is a lap down on Jorge, and Jorge, it looks like he's just made the move on him to lap Oak. So yeah, that must be very disheartening for MMR Oak, T-Case.
You know what? Yes, he had a rough start. He got some damage. He ended up boxing early, but he and Jorge worked together quite a bit in other leagues. And as Jorge went by, Oak flashed his lights at Jorge and began to bump draft him. So this could play out to Jorge's advantage if he gets a drafting partner here who's a lap down, not trying to unlap himself. It's gonna play out well as Oak continues to bump draft Jorge on the straights.
Yeah, well, Bobagido has just served his pit stop now, so rejoins in 6th position, just in front of the crawler, in fact. So just sweeps in front of him. So maybe the all-important position there for Bobajido to get in front of the crawler. So we ride on board. So Bobajido was in the pits and dropping down the grid, but of course you carve that whole first turn there and exit out of the kink, and yeah, Hawko just about managed to get in front of him to move up into P5, but then sandwiched himself in between Hawko and the crawler, and I think this is going to be very, very important for the race here, Tessie.
I mean, yeah, getting caught out in traffic with your fresh tires definitely doesn't feel good, but again, you have that overtake button, and it kind of, if you have battery left, then it kind of makes it easier to get out of traffic if you want to. Kai is in. That must be one of our last pitters. He was on the hards.
Yeah, I think it was the Kai and Moose, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, they're one of the they're both into the pit lane, 4% and 2% of fuel respectively. So Jorge commands a healthy lead at the top of the grid with Wid about I think it was 30 seconds behind, I do believe, with Hawko now promoted up into third and the crawler up into fourth, Bobajido in fifth, because the crawler did make the move on FAF Bobajido as it came to Tati. So the crawler trying to make inroads up the grid, and like I say, very tight between Wid, Hawko, the crawler, Bobajido, and even Rusty Maggie's just behind in sixth position as well. So definitely a bit of a dogfight between these 4-5 positions as Jorge comes into the pits from the race lead, 2% of fuel. He's going to spend, I would say, at least 45 seconds in the pit lane. I would imagine he will put in a full tank of fuel, and there's going to be a swapping of positions as well, because Rusty Maggis deploys the battery, moves up into P5, uses the slipstream of the crawler, then back to the outside. He will power past the crawler to move up into P4. The crawler, I think, saving on the battery as well as we go through the bus stop chicane for the 25th time of asking. The crawler is sinking back to Rusty Maggots in P5, but Bobajido looked very close to the back of him in P6. SFNR Wid in second, and yeah, it's very, very close between P4, 5, 6 and 7, and Rusty Maggots is going to go around the outside to power past Hawko into the last step on the podium, and yeah, that was deployed with aplomb. It was perfectly timed there, and yeah, Rusty Maggots really on a charge right now, Tessie.
Yeah, clearly got himself up in the podium contention here. I mean, second half of the race, right? Now is the time to really get yourself where you actually want to be on track. I see Jorge came out ahead of everyone after that pit stop. I wonder what tire, it should be on the soft, I guess,
yeah.
right? Or is he doing 2 mediums?
No, he's on the softs, and he's just under 4 seconds ahead of Wid.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it was quite a healthy advantage, and yeah, I think it's roughly you losing something like 30 to 35 seconds, I think, once you take into account, you know, from the entrance to the exit of the pit lane. So Bobajido is sizing up an opportunity on the crawler. The crawler is going to hold himself in front of Bobajido as we go into the bus stop chicane. I think Bobajido thinking of the bigger game here, because, or the longer game, should I say, because you know, of course, he's got the flat out section now, so he's using that slipstream. Is he going to deploy that overtake? He does a little bit. It does a little bit, but not too much. The crawler may think about doing the same. I'm not sure. Maybe thinking, do you know what, we've still got 24 laps of this race to go, so I'm going to save that battery. So Bobajido does inherit that 5th position. Alako's in the background as well in 7th position, very close between the 3 drivers. Hawko has developed a 1.4 second lead to Bobajido in 4th position, and you know, I thought Hawko would try to fight with Rusty Maggots, but then forgetting that Hawko has used a lot of his battery. The Kai and Moose have been released out on circuit. They are making progress, but they are down into P9 and P10 respectively, 33 seconds down on the race leader Jorge. So again, you know, this is a very important part of the race, especially now that the sun is rising, the track is going to be heating up, and them tires are definitely going to degrade a lot more for the next 23 laps or so. So yeah, Kai just weaving around, and I'm not sure if he's trying to warm up them tires. I'm pretty sure they're warm enough already. But as we go into the bus stop chicane, it's the crawler just in front of Alicos, who still in front of him. It's getting certainly towards that squeaky bum time, I think, because the gaps between all the cars, you can visibly see it. It's very, very close between about 5 or 6 cars now, Tati.
Yeah, it is. As we see it pass from Alicos around the outside into turn 1 over Bojangito, he's able to make it stick. Well done for Alicos right there with that pass. I think Kai is not so much weaving, but I remember I mentioned people will be trying to make things as straight as possible, even in some of the banking turns there. That is to get the wing, keep the wing down, to keep that kind of DRS situation deployed there. It's strange, it looks weird, but it seems to work.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, so the DRS is normally deployed on a straight, and of course, because these are sort of fast-flowing banked corners, there probably is a little bit of weaving going on there, because it does tend to make the rear kind of step out a little bit. So that could be what we're seeing there. Bobagito is sizing up an opportunity on the Hawko. Interestingly, not deploying that overtake button as we approach the bus stop chicane, so Bobagito will just tuck back in, but yeah, the gap is 0.4 of a second, and yeah, I mean, all this squabbling for positions is quite knackering, I have to say. We just cannot call it at this stage, as Alicos now has made a move on the crawler up into P6. Bobagito goes side by side with Twitch Hawko and powers past him into 4th position before we got into turn number 1. So Bobagito is now up into P4, Hawko down into P5. Alicos will be sizing up an opportunity. I think he's just awaiting what is happening in this battle to see whether or not he can then make the move. We'll see, but certainly it's playing a smart game. But Alicos is racing medium tyres, not looking the best on them rear tyres, and actually doesn't have too much fuel left in the tank either, so I think his pit stop will be imminent. Wade, I think he did remember to assign his button, because now we have seen the battery deployed, so yeah, definitely playing the smart game then, as he's trying to fight off the Kai, currently in P8, Moose in P10 with Kai sandwiched between the two of them. So yeah, FF Wade, it looks like he's got more or less more battery than most of the drivers as we approach the what is it, we're approaching the, yeah, exactly. But yeah, battles going on everywhere. TK, explain to us what's going on.
It's so hard. I mean, every time I change the camera, it's a different person overtaking. Right, what we have here on camera is the main cluster, as we see Haka going in the pits to get off those softs. Wade definitely having the most battery. Alicos here almost out of fuel. I imagine Alicos comes into the pits here in the near future to get off those mediums and add some fuel. It's just wild. Wade is staying in touch with Jorge, only 3.5 seconds off, but Jorge's battery is almost completely depleted. And what we've learned in this car is once the battery's gone, it's really hard to get above 200 miles an hour under its own power. And we're seeing a lot of these drivers hit 220, 230 with the battery deployment. So it's a huge difference once Jorge runs out of battery. Oh, as we see Alicos run wide, allowing the crawler, Wade, and the Kai on pass. Let's see what happened here. See Alicos coming into the West Horseshoe. Everything looking good, getting gentle on the power. He has traction control on, still looking smooth coming into the braking zone. This is the turn I struggle with. He goes too deep, runs a little bit wide, fortunate to keep it on the track, gets a little bump from the crawler, and then there we go, everyone goes by.
Yeah, that was quite the bump there. Lucky not to pick up damage, because that is very important to keep it clean and not pick up damage, because the car will suffer in the aero department as Kai sizes up an opportunity on the crawler, and he will power past him. He did deploy the battery there to push past him into 6th position by turn number 1. So yeah, it's all a change in the grid. I feel like TK, you probably do need a notepad or something to mark down every different tire strategies and how much battery they're using, because this is so hard to keep up with. Jorge is 5 seconds up the road from S7R with then. He's on the racing soft tires. Barely any of the battery left though, and as we said, it almost works like a hybrid system, and it tends to be when you use the battery, it doesn't really charge up. I mean, you can see the green arrow, but it's not really charging up there. So he could be a sitting duck in the second half of this race. Wid is starting to close in 4 seconds now, so he's gained a second just on the straight alone, and he has got a lot more battery as well, but his soft tires are dying, so I do believe he will be coming off them soft tires quite eminently, but he's got roughly what is it, an eighth of a tank left of fuel. So 4.2 seconds is the gap between them two. 22 seconds is the gap between S7R, Rusty, Maggots and Wid, as Wid goes purple through sector 1. So certainly a man on the charge right now, but Jorge does hold the fastest lap time of a 1 minute 25.1 done earlier on in the race. FAF Wade starting to make inroads up the grid now, as he has propelled himself up into 5th position, and within 7/10 of a second from Bobajido in 4th position. Yeah, and quite a few battles going on. I am hearing there is a battle for 7th position here, TKs.
Yeah, it's been heating up between Moose and the Crawler. I thought Moose was going to get by. He wasn't able to going into turn 1, but he's applying a lot of pressure to the Crawler here. Another driver, Paco, has completed all of his tire requirements, so I imagine we're going to see him currently in P10th, moving his way up as we watch here, see if Moose is going to work with the Crawler or try to overtake. He did a little bump drafting in the middle section, but now that they're on these quote-unquote straights, we'll see what happens here coming into the chicane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It looks like Moose has deployed the overtake button and sweeps in front of the Crawler into the bus stop chicane to move up into P7. Now, the Crawler is, has he got enough of that battery to maybe deploy it his end and see if he can propel himself past Moose? It doesn't look the case, because Moose has already developed a 1.3 second lead. So it looks like, yeah, the Crawler actually hasn't got anything or not too much left in that battery pack. So Moose just deciding to deploy the hyperspeed mode and pull way in front, as we look now on board with FAF Wade, who looks like he's starting to inch closer to Bobajido. The gap is just over half a second between the pair of them, and certainly on really good pace actually on them hard tires, but of course he has got less fuel in that tank, so the car will be a lot lighter and should be a lot faster as well. Yeah, he'll be looking to try and edge his way closer to Bobajido, so we'll have to wait and see, but currently 1 second between them with 17 laps to go in this race, so things are starting to shape up now. In fact, I think Wade, did he use the overtake? Because he has closed that gap slightly, as Wid comes into the pits from 2nd position, 6% of fuel on them dying soft tires. I think he's got a hard stint to go as the T-case.
Yeah, I believe so, if memory serves, as he comes in for this should be his final stint here. So he'll add fuel and get these tires on and get back on chasing down Jorge.
Okay. Well, Rusty Maggots now inheriting 2nd position. I think we're just putting in his final bit of fuel, so he's going to sink right down the grid order. It looks like he's going to get released into 5th. Oh, I think Kai is just going to get a nose in front down the inside. So Wid down into P6. That could be important. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, certainly a really good showing from the S7R drivers out there, Tassie.
So far, the strategy working out for them. They've done a great job racing. Wid's got plenty of battery to get himself back up the order and make up for the fact that he's on a slower tire for these like 16 laps that we have left here. I think he's in a good place. Ooh, big kind of oopsie there. Maybe caught out on the fact that he's on the hards now. He'll get it together.
Yeah, and probably cold tires as well. So really needing to generate the heat into them hard compounds. But yeah, certainly definitely getting rather exciting at the moment. There is big gaps, but I'm just curious to see about Jorge in terms of his strategy, because I think things could be a lot closer than we actually realize. He has got a 28-second lead over Rusty Maggots, but we do know that he's going to have to pit to put in some more fuel and maybe on another stint of soft tires, because I think he's one of the drivers that's doing the 3-stopper. So it's going to be tight. It's going to be so tight. We've got FAF Wade in second, Bob Gito P3, Kai P4, S7R Wid in P5 with Moose in P6, very close together. The caller a little bit further back behind, about 5 seconds behind Moose in P7. But yeah, certainly between them 4 drivers, very, very close, and certainly becoming well, we mentioned about the cat and mouse game that the drivers are having, and certainly it almost feels like a game of chess here, TKs.
It really does, and I think these FAF boys, if I've learned anything about Bobagito and Wade, is they practice together, they work together. It looked like Bobagito got out of the way and let Wade through. Wade is on the hards. He's on the slower compound. Bobagito on the softs, and I'm curious if they're working together, maybe trying to slow up the Kai and Wade a little bit and let Wade get a little bit of a gap as Bobagito runs out on the end of his softs. He's going to be pitting soon. So I wouldn't count these FAF boys out at all, and we might see Wade having the strategy of the race here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've definitely seen throughout season 6 the miracle work that Bobagito has produced during this season. Of course, he grabbed 2 race wins as he comes into the pits from P3, actually, with that 3% of fuel and the dying soft tires. But yeah, we did see that during the season he has recorded 2 race wins. He did actually start on pole position in the rally race for round 3, and he had a technical issue that put him right back down the grid order to last by a country mile, and then miraculously clawed his way back into P5. So we know that Bobagito has the pace. Has he got the strategy nailed on? That is the question. But as we look further down the grid, negative waves in fact, they're going to raise up position, because it did, I think it was Cyber Sneaky that was in the pits? Not 100% sure.
Yes, he is on his outlap now.
Right, okay. Cyber Sneaky just getting released then in 13th position. Talon is in P11, just behind Negative Waves in 10th position. Jorge into the pits now, guys. He's into the pits, changing off of them soft tires with 6% of fuel. 30 seconds was the gap between him and Wade, but we do know that Wade is also due to come in soon as well. So things definitely getting a little bit tasty now, I think, Tati.
Oh yeah, because here comes Wade. Jorge will have to fuel up for the last of the stint, so it's not just going to be a tire change. I think this is going to be close when where he comes out.
Yes,
Still not out. Wade passed. So Wade is P1 right now. I think, does Wade still owe us a tire change to like the soft, maybe?
It's mediums. Mediums he comes out on. Released in the race lead by 3.7 seconds, and that has put him in a really, really good position now. It's really dependent on how much battery he's got left. We have got other battles going on. TKs, can you explain to us what's going on there?
Oh, Moose is applying all kinds of pressure to Wid here. Moose on the mediums, Wid on the hards. Wid also has a bit more fuel, so his car is going to be heavier. I imagine we see Moose get by here before we get to the chicane.
Okay, yeah, very, very close between the two of them. As mentioned, Moose started in 12th position, and he's looking at the heady heights of the bit of contact between Moose and Wid. Wid is still there though. I think he just got shunted aside. Moose powers past him into P4. By the time he got into the bus stop chicane, Wid, no harm done to him, no damage. He will tuck into the back of Moose. He has got a little bit of that battery, but I think he is looking to save it. It looks like Moose, with all that saving he did at the start of the race, looks like paying dividends for him now, because he really pulls away from S7R Wid. Yeah, there's something I noticed in testing was, if you kind of put the power down like Hawko did at the start of the race, you could get up to 260 miles per hour. And when you weren't using the boost, you was getting roughly about 200 miles an hour, maybe 205 miles per hour. So quite the substantial difference. And yeah, you can see with Moose, every time he deploys that battery, you can see the speed difference. It's quite remarkable. So yeah, Moose definitely making inroads up the grid at the minute, with Kai in P3 as well. FAF Wade, well, he's got barely a sliver of fuel left, with dying racing hard tires, so he will be coming in imminently. But look at the gap. Look how much he's come down in the last couple of laps. We are talking about 2 seconds. So definitely Jorge is trying to kind of keep it consistent, but with pretty much no battery. Could be a sitting duck in the last 12 laps. We're going to have to wait and see where the likes of Weird, Crawler and Co will be. And speaking of that grid, or them drivers, there is a battle for P7, I do believe, TKs.
Yeah, well, it came and went as Bobagito has now made quick work of Rusty Maggots there, coming into the bus stop chicane. Bobagito on the mediums, Rusty on the hard. So Bobagito definitely on the better tire. Both have about the same battery life left. So they're working as we see DeCrawler coming in for his final pit stop, as well as Wade. So two drivers in the pits, we should get some gain. So you can see them exiting that long left-hander, and Bobagito just has better grip, better tire here. He gets on the power, applies a little bit of overtake, goes around the outside, and makes it look pretty easy well before they even get to the chicane.
Okay, well explained there, TK. Yeah, it's certainly very interesting here. We just don't know what's going on here until the drivers have literally made their last pit stops, and then we can actually see how much battery they've got left. Actually, the Kai, I thought he had a lot more battery, but he's got nothing left. So now it's going to be interesting to see how much Moose has got. It looks like he's got a little bit more, but he hasn't got much fuel in the tank. So they'll be coming in imminently as well. I do believe they will need to run the soft tires as their last stint. So timing that well, but Weird, don't rule him out. Weird, he's 12 seconds behind the leader. He's still got a little bit of that battery left. He's on the racing hard tires. He's got enough fuel as well. So do not rule out Wid here. Of course, back-to-back NRL champion. He is the reigning champion of NRL. It's going to be interesting now. Will he get the triple crown, or will we see a new champion crowned for NRL Season 6? We are definitely going to find out in the last 11 laps of this race. But Tati, I mean, I hate to ask you this question, but any predictions at this point of the race now?
I don't know, but I do know that it's going to come down to it. Some of these guys still have battery to deploy, and that is the great equalizer, like you have mentioned so many times. It's worth so much speed around this. It's worth so much time in a lap that even somebody down in P8 could, make their way to P2 in a lap if they've got the battery and the space to do it. So nobody's out of this thing if they're, within 20 seconds of Jorge, probably.
Yeah, definitely. And With I did see a few comments in chat where they was like, "Where's Orko gone?" Well, there he is. He's in P9 at the moment, just in front of the Crawler in 10th position and Alico's in P11. But all of these drivers have made their pit stops. They have got enough fuel left in the tank. I'm pretty sure they've used all tyre compounds, so they should be staying out there for the rest of the race. And it's just going to be interesting in terms of like Moose, Kai, well, definitely Jorge as well, who's got an 8-second lead, because Moose and the Kai do come into the pit lane from second and third position with very little fuel, changing off of them medium tyres onto the fastest of compounds, the racing softs. So Jorge has got a 12.7 second lead over Wid, but we do know with Wid, he doesn't need to come in again. Jorge, I don't think does either. So the gap is a lot larger than I was expecting there, with Wade now propelling his way up into third position. Bobagido 3.7 seconds adrift from him. I do believe he was on the soft tyres though, so he should be fast at this point of the race, with the Kai and Moose getting released on circuit in P5 and P6 respectively, just in front of S7R Rusty Maggots, who finds himself now in 7th position, 7 seconds in front of Twitch Hawko in 8th, and the Crawler just behind him in P9. So certainly a battle brewing for that top 5 or even maybe top 4 position. Yeah, I mean, TK, from what you've been seeing, can you expect any more changes shortly, right?
Yes, absolutely. I imagine we'll have several position changes in these final 9 laps here. Talon, who just pitted, he has the most battery left, and when he passed Hako earlier, I mean, it was like Hako is standing still. So now Talon on the sauce for the remainder of the race in P11 has more than 50% of his battery left. So I imagine we see him marching up the order for these final laps.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's so hard to call here. Yeah. But yeah, the Kai there, I mean, look, it looked like Moose just deployed that battery, and the Kai is not able to respond there because he's got no battery left. So yeah, Moose just with that sliver, I mean, you know, as long as he's smart with it, can deploy it at the right time. So able to shriek away from the Kai in P5, and now the gap between him and Bobagido is just over a second. Bobagido also has got a little bit of battery left, so should he need to use it, he will use it, and we'll see where he ends up, because the gap between him and Wade is just 2.5 seconds as well. So very, very close between them, but certainly for the race victory, it's looking like Jorge and Wid. And of course, this is not the first time we've ever said that or seen that. Certainly from last season's final, it was nip and tuck between the two drivers. But on that occasion, Jorge had made a crucial error to hand the championship to S7R Wid. Well, the roles are reversed now. Jorge has a 14.8 second lead over S7R Wid. Wid, who cannot buy a win in season 6. He has not won a single race, unfortunately, but he has grabbed 3 podiums. But yeah, it's looking like it's Jorge's race to lose here, I think, Tassie.
I think so. And does Jorge have any battery left, or is it just none?
He has a sliver. A
sliver. He's gonna try to deploy it when it matters, because yeah, Wid will have trouble passing or catching up to him on tire alone, but he's got more battery. This could be interesting.
It certainly can be, and yeah, just all sorts of differences in strategies, differences in the grid order as well. As Moose actually goes purple through sector 1, so Moose definitely a man on a mission right now who has caught to the back of Bobagido. We do know with Bobagido, as I said, though, he has got a little bit left in that battery, so should he want to use it, he will use it. And yeah, Moose still going purple through sector 2 as well, so certainly really fast. Of course, he's on the racing soft tyres as well with just over a quarter of a tank, so he should be really fast at this stage with Bobagido on the medium tyres. Moose is sizing up an opportunity as we come up to the muscle off chicane. He's got the inside line. Bobagido's going to afford him the space, and Moose moves up into P4, but yet again, as I say, Bobagido does have that battery, so should he want to use it, he may use it now, or he may save it towards the end of the race. We'll have to wait and see. But Kai not too far behind as well in 6th position. Then there's a massive gap to Rusty Maggots. Looks like they've been peeling away from the S7R driver of Rusty Maggots and Decrawler up into P8 now. So making inroads at the final embers of this race. But yeah, certainly one thing for certain is Jorge is streaking away from S7R Wid. The gap between them two was 15 seconds. It is now up to 18 seconds. So Jorge is avenging them demons from last season, and it's looking like just a race of dreams, I think, Tassie.
I mean, yeah, I mean, talking this is what I mean, right? Like, these guys have had so much time to practice and figure out what strategy will work. When Jorge first started, we were like, that seems stupid. He's using all his battery. But look at him now. We don't know.
Yeah, indeed. And TK, I mean, like, obviously you're the man with the cam. How's it looking out there? I mean, explain to us P3 and P4, because they're looking very close at the moment.
Yeah, Moose has just been marking up the order on those softs, getting by Bobagido, and now Wade is next in his sights. Wade is also on the softs, just slightly more worn than Moose, but not too bad. So I think we have a really good battle for P3 here. As Bobagido says, no, I'm coming back. That's my teammate. You stay off of him.
Yeah, and he could take Wade as well, as Wade weaves to the outside, Bobagido to the inside, and he got late on the brakes, and a little bit of contact between him and Moose as well, so nearly a triple crash there, really, but lucky for all three of them to escape the damage on the cars, but that was a little bit close for comfort there, Tattoo.
Yes, it was. Bobagido almost owned gold FAF there. That was a moment. Oh my gosh. And shout out to Moose being brave. Like, hey, this is a moment. I got to take this chance. We got 5 laps left. Let's do it. Bring the chaos on. Let's go.
And something obviously worth mentioning is Moose is on them fresh soft tyres, so he's going to have more traction. He's going to be able to get on the brakes a bit later than the other two drivers of Bobagido. Bobagido, though, we know he's got the battery, and look at him whiz by, and he powers past FAF Wade into a podium position then. So timing it to perfection. I don't think did Wade have much battery left? I'm not sure, because no, he hasn't. In fact, very similar to Bobagido. So it is now all about race pace, and yeah, with 5 laps remaining, now it's just the time of to hold the nerves and to really try to bring home the best result. But Bobagido currently in prime position to hold on to that P3. The Kai is in P6 at the moment. He's also on the racing soft tyres, but 5.6 seconds is the gap between him and Moose. So that is extended as the race has gone on. Rusty Maggots is now starting to close in on the Kai in 7th position. 1.1 seconds is the gap between the two drivers. The Crawler is 7.4 seconds behind in P8, and Hawko just behind in P9. But we look on board with FAF Wade, who has a nose in front of Moose. 0.4 of a second is separating between P4 and P5. Bobagido not too far up the road in P3, but starting to develop a little bit of a gap here, although is Wade in that slipstream range. I'm not 100% sure. Moose again goes purple through sector 2, so certainly looking good there. Talon's actually got the fastest lap of a 1 minute 24.956, so Talon is also on a bit of a charge, but maybe a little bit too late for him. But yeah, certainly a great battle brewing up between these three drivers. Moose now closing in on FAF Wade, and he is going to swing to the outside. He used a little bit of that overtake as well. Powers past him into P4, and will be looking to try and home in to Boba Gido, who's I think roughly about the same gap, in fact half a second, and closing actually down to 3/10 as we go into the braking zone for turn 1. And look at him close right in on Boba Gido, and he is going to be nervous as hell, looking in his mirrors as he weaves from the inside to the outside, back to the inside. Moose takes up the inside line, gets on the power early. They're almost going to be side by side if you go through the left-hand kick and for the right-hand hairpin. And Moose definitely on the charge and making his presence known. And Boba Gido is going to make his car as wide as possible and not make it easy for Moose. And with Moose knowing that he can't battle too much because Wade is not too far behind in P5, Moose is going to get the ultimate slipstream, the power down as well. They're going to be side by side as we go through the right-hand curve. Before the bus stop chicane, Moose does move up into P3. Boba Gido is going to come fighting back. Is he going to make a late dash down the inside? Or is he going to tuck back in? He's going to tuck back in, and Moose has taken that third position, but Boba Gido still staying to the back of him now in P4 with Wade in the background as well. This is certainly getting really tight here, Tati.
Oh yes, Moose has been setting up. Moose is driving this car exactly the way these drivers have learned to. You've seen him weaving to get that rear wing down, to get speed, make it up to folks, and then just use the overtake to actually make something happen. I think he's maybe tapping in here to stay ahead of Boba Gido, but Boba Gido, turn 1, stop playing. Oh my gosh, it's so scary. Is Boba Gido going to hold on to it? He does. He's not letting it go. He's going to have the inside into the horseshoe, but I think Moose finally gets that nose ahead. I'm going to pass it back to you. This isn't my job.
Great commentary there, nevertheless, though, there, Tati, and yeah, certainly bringing the hype there, because yeah, the drivers have got us on the edge of our seats here. Moose is just able to stay in front of Boba Gido because he is on the softer of the compounds. Boba Gido on dying medium tires. Wade is also on the soft tires, so he should be a little bit quicker at this stage. But with the fuel situation looking a little bit precarious between all the drivers, I just wonder whether or not they've got enough fuel in the tank, whether or not they need to fuel save. I don't know, but certainly it is nip and tuck between Moose, Boba Gido and Wade for that P3, 4 and 5 with S7R with 7.5 seconds up the road in second position. Looks like Jorge has got a comfortable lead to him, so we will stay on board with this trio of cars. But yeah, Boba Gido with a sliver of power, so we know he's not going to be able to apply the boost much further, although it looks like he has, because he is getting the overspeed now as he powers past Moose around the outside back into third position. We know that Moose has got the softer of the compound, so he will be able to get on the brakes a little bit later than Boba Gido, and you can see Moose getting bigger and bigger to the rear of Boba Gido, to the rear bumper of Boba Gido, as they are literally a tenth apart, anything between them. They are bumper to bumper as we come out of the exit. Boba Gido is going to have the inside line. Moose is going to hang it around the outside and move back up into P3. And I just cannot believe this, TK. This is phenomenal.
I'm out of breath just watching. I can't believe you're able to keep track of everything that's going on. So many position changes. This is the main battle on track right now. This is where it's at, where the positions can be gained or lost, and the battle for that last podium is epic. This is fantastic. Moose now is trying to run away with it. Wade sitting back there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Wade maybe do something here towards the end and make a play for P3, because he's just been patiently watching these two fight it out.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And remember, guys, Moose, he started from 12th position on the grid. He's made up 9 positions. If he'd have qualified a little bit higher, who knows where he would have been. But he's having an absolute phenomenal race here. He's managing to stay in front of Boba Gido. Remember, Boba Gido started on pole position and was getting all them race wins at the start of the season. As we start the last lap of this Division A final, what is going to happen in the final exchanges of this race. Moose has the upper hand over Bobagido. Wade is in the background, but it looks like Moose and Bobagido are starting to pull away. There is a tiniest bit of battery left. It's just going to be interesting when they deploy that battery, but Moose has the upper hand. Half a second is the gap between him and Bobagido. Has Moose got the nerves of steel to hold on to this third position? We do need to talk about Jorge though, because Jorge is coming up to the checkered line. Jorge with a 25-second lead.
Wow.
He is going to become the brand new champion of NRL Season 6. Congratulations to Jorge on a fantastic victory. He's got to be absolutely stoked to his finish a mile in front of S7R Weird. We are going to stay on board with this battle for P3 as we go into the chicane now. Moose with a nose in front of Bobagido. Can you get a good exit out of it? It does look like that is the case. Who is that in front of Moose? That's not Weird, is it?
No, it's back marker, back marker.
I was going to say, yeah, Whip comes across the checker line in second position. Moose, I think he's going to hold off Bobagido to finish on podium in P3 with Bobagido in P4 and FAF Wade in P5. A great fight back also. Oh no, Rusty Maggis on the line takes P6 away from the kite in P7. It is drama galore to the very, very end as I start to lose my voice here, Tati.
Yeah, that was insane. It's still happening. Look at how far back he started from in the replay. He just had all that battery to deploy, nothing to lose. Oh my gosh, the kite's been sitting duck. He hugs the inside, there's nothing he can do. Wow.
Just the other results as well. The caller came across the line in P8, Talon in P9. It was a valiant fight back from Hawko, but he will finish in 10th position with negative waves in P11, Alikos in P12, Cyrus Nicky in P13, and MMR Oak in P14. What an insane Division A final we have literally just witnessed. And congratulations to our new NRL Season 6 champion. It's PHG Jorge Sr. Massive flowers to you on a great victory. And he is celebrating in style with the Golden Cup.
Wow. Oh, man.
Oh. Well, we have got a lot of thoughts. I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions to the podium finishers. I will definitely get the thoughts of TK's and Tati. But before we do, let's just read you the confirmed Division A finals of Season 6 results. So Jorge does finish the job 24.6 seconds in front of his rival S7R Wid, who had to settle for second position. Huge congratulations to Jorge, and still a congratulations to Wid as well with a great second position. But Moose, I would say definitely one of the drivers of the day, managed to pip Bobagido to that last step on the podium in P3 by half a second. Bobagido in the end maybe a little bit disappointed that he's going to have to settle for P4. FAF Wade finishes in 5th position with S7R Rusty Maggis finishing in 6th position. Then the Kai comes home in 7th with the Crawler getting a top 8 position. In 9th was a Talon and Hawko finishing quite a bit further down in 10th position with negative waves grabbing P11. Actually did get the fastest lap of a 1 minute 23.9. So we was talking about that boost and how much that makes a difference. And yeah, phenomenal time there from negative waves with Alikos in 12th position ahead of VIP Cyrus Nicky GT in 13th and MMR Oak or Naranjo finishing in 14th. I need to rest my voice here. TKs, what are your thoughts on this phenomenal Division A final?
Well, that was a wild and crazy ride, to say the least. I mean, I don't know how many position changes there were. Too many to count, really. It was just, it seemed chaotic, but now thinking back on it, it really wasn't that chaotic. It just was a lot going on, but these drivers had it all under control. We never saw any, crazy spins or crashes. everyone seemed to have really done their homework and their practice, and we saw what we thought was the worst strategy end up being the best strategy, and that is get out ahead, use that battery, and don't look back.
Yeah, and I think he was on the 3-stopper as well, wasn't he? So really just, as you said, deployed the battery at the right time, got out in front, and just kept a very consistent pace. Tati, I've got to ask the same question. I mean, that's got to be one of the best finals we've ever seen, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think earlier during the Division B race, I said my blood pressure medication isn't keeping up, and it certainly has. I think I need to take another dose, but I have a solid 2.5 pages of notes from this race. I mean, the overtakes, the strategy, just everything. Like, it was insane. It was the final that we all asked for. It was great.
Well, I'm glad you did take notes, because my brain is absolutely fried, Tati. I am confused and don't know what day it is right now. So well done on that. And I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions thrown to our podium finishers today. We are going to, so we've got all of them in the interview booth now. So we are going to are we going to the race winner first, are we? Yes. Okay. So our race winner, which was Jorge by a country mile. Jorge, you are now the NRL Season 6 Division A champion. How are you feeling?
Man, I feel good. That was a tough race. And you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep. Oh, sorry. I just got some weird error message saying my mic wasn't working or something. Yeah, no, it was a tough race. And the whole time I thought I blew that battery too quick, and someone was saving a bunch. Like, I figured Wid might have, half a battery, and I was just waiting for him to chase me down. So I'm not lying. I was sweating bullets.
I bet he was. Yeah, I mean, it was a bold statement at the start of the race. We obviously, a long race ahead of you. Was that always going to be the plan? Was it always about just pushing at the start and then hoping to hold on to the lead, or was it kind of last minute?
Yeah, I had a very well laid out strategy, and I found something out about the battery that I was hoping that no one else had really realized, which is it's almost impossible to regenerate that battery with lift and coast. You can't do it with braking. I couldn't find any way to really regenerate the battery. It's kind of like whatever you got to start with, that's what you got for the whole race. But if you deplete the whole battery down to, let's say, 1%, the battery or the car will automatically regenerate the battery back up to 2%, let's say, and then it'll stop regenerating. So what I did, I figured, okay, I'm just going to use all my battery, get a huge lead, and then I'm going to let the car regenerate that 1%, and then I'm just going to use it and then let it regenerate and just do it over and over and over again. So that's essentially what I did. Every other lap, I was using a little bit of battery, that 1%.
Wow. Okay. So the tricks of the trade there, because I mean, I might not have done as much testing as you guys, but yeah, I was I didn't know about that. So there definitely worked to your advantage there, and in the end, you won by such a big margin. I think that's the biggest margin we've ever seen in a final. So congratulations on a great performance. I am going to hand you over to probably firstly Tati, because I think she's got lots of notes to ask questions from. So Tati, if you want to take it away, please.
You're trusting that I can read my notes. That's cute. Well, Jorge, you actually answered my question. I was wondering if you had figured out some way to regenerate battery. You weren't really in a lot of drama, so I didn't get a lot of camera time. I couldn't tell if you had ever fully depleted that battery. But you answered the question. The answer is yes, and then you get that 1% back or 2%, and use it again. It made it work for you, dude. Congratulations, first championship. Will you be back for the next season of NRL?
Yeah, I'll probably be back.
Yeah,
or I could just I could retire undefeated.
We don't count it if you don't come back. We don't count it. So We'll see you next season.
Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, thanks.
And also, TK, any questions for our Division A champion?
Jorge, PHG, let's go. No bias here, but I'm super happy to see PHG on the top step, Division A champion. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, thank you.
It was so fun. We've got to race a lot together. I've got to commentate on your driving a lot, and I know just how fast you are. That race was incredible. I mean, you made it look easy, but talk us through the start of that race, because you didn't start on pole, but you made your way up there pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it really went down the way I figured it was going to go down. I had a feeling that most people were going to use a little bit of battery every lap, or they were going to sporadically use it to make passes or hang on to a bunch of it at the end. So I really thought to myself, I bet if I use about 10 seconds per lap, push the button 10 seconds per lap, I'll get out in front very quickly. And once I'm out in front, then the people behind me are going to have to decide to deploy their battery to chase me or stick to whatever their strategy is. And then with the basically battery regeneration thing that I discovered, I mean, there's some downsides to it too. It actually slows the car down a little bit while it's regenerating, so it's not like free. But yeah, I don't even remember the question. What
I
wasn't on pole. I wasn't on pole, and then I made my way to the front very quickly.
Indeed. Well, congratulations, man. Yeah, I mean, that was phenomenal. Great race.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Jorge, you are now in the NRL Hall of Fame, crowned a champion in season 6. So you must be feeling absolutely fantastic. Is there going to be any celebrations, a few beers or anything?
Yeah, I'm drinking beer right now.
There we go.
Good man. Yeah, congratulations, Jorge. Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, yeah, I was just going to say, before you let me go, I want to say, obviously, thanks to McNaughty, you guys, it's such a fun season. The other drivers as well. Everyone, most people took it very seriously. It's a short season, but it's a lot of fun. Shout out to PHG and MMR, everybody. So, yeah, thanks for putting it on. It's a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for entertaining us this season. You've been, formidable this season. It was good to probably erase the demons that you may have had last season to become the champion of this season. So congratulations to you. And we'll, as I said, thank you for entertaining us, and look forward to seeing if you do enter for season 7 and seeing if you can retain the crown.
Yeah. All right. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jorge. Take care.
Bye-bye. See ya.
Bye-bye. Okay, and to our runner-up for season 6, he had a lot on stake for this season, trying to defend his crown. In the end, you came in second position. How are you feeling after that one, Wid?
I'm kind of sad. Like, I had a feeling that I wasn't. I didn't know everything about the car coming in. Like, I felt there was something I was going to be missing. So second place it's okay, but I wanted to win, obviously.
Yeah, no, I feel that. What I was going to ask then, so did you know about this battery deployment, burning it all the way down and then it regenerating, a little bit, like Jorge mentioned, and in terms of the strategy going into today as well, was it something that you was planning, or did you have to change it up at all?
I had no idea about the battery. When I tested, if I got it all the way down, it didn't feel like it regenerated enough. Like, I mean, I guess it regenerates every couple of laps, so maybe that's what I wasn't seeing. And it felt like it was too slow to let it go all the way down. And it felt like you'd be a sitting duck at the end of the race. But obviously, it seemed to work out well for him. And I mean, it obviously helps that Jorge's a fast driver. So, even if it wasn't working, he had plenty of pace out there. But as for the other strategy, I think my tire strategy was better. I saw that he did like a 3-stop, and I don't know. I thought what I did was a bit better, using the mediums and the softs when it was dark outside, so the track was a little bit colder and you could make them last longer than the hards in the day. So it seemed to work out well. But yeah, it's a shame that there was such a big gap and I couldn't really race with him. But yeah, he did really well, and I brought shame to my family. But maybe they'll forgive me if I win next season.
Well, I mean, yeah, to be fair, as mentioned in the background there, yeah, you know, one place away from the Triple Crown. I mean, maybe being a little bit harsh on yourself, but maybe I should throw over the questions to Tassie, being the teammate of yours. Tassie, how disappointed are you?
Man, why would you team me up like that? I mean,
Let me have it. I get it.
oh my god, I just saw how I really wanted to keep this to that 7R server, but no, I'm joking. Actually, I'm really proud. Like you said, this is a car that there's always going to be something, especially with the cars that have battery deployment or DRS. There seems to always be a trick in this game, right, with how something works, and sometimes you figure it out, and other times you don't. I think you're right. Your strategy was on point. You executed your race. You can only do what you know. Jorge, you know, found a little bit of a advantage there, but you have nothing to be ashamed of. All of S7R is proud of you.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't want to like minimize Jorge's win. I just, even if I had known about the battery thing, there's absolutely no reason to think I, you know, would have just blitzed away and won. So he obviously had plenty of pace, and I don't want to take anything away from him.
Right, absolutely. I hope that there's another chance for you here in another season, obviously, but you know, if not, you had a fantastic run. I think you're the only 2-time champion so far.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and obviously I was joking about being a disappointment, because that was a fantastic drive from you, Wid, nevertheless. But I digress. T-Case, any questions for our second place finisher?
Yeah. I mean, congratulations, man. This season, past seasons, you put on a clinic for everyone out there to see how to perform and how to race. And I know you're generous in lobbies with information and everything. So you make this league really, really great with your continued participation. So we look forward to seeing you in seasons going forward. I guess, I mean, you mentioned you weren't familiar with the battery regeneration, but have you used this car much? I know it's a new car in the game. I think there was a time trial. What were your thoughts of this car when you got in it and started driving it?
I'd never used the car before. I didn't participate in the time trial, so I had no idea how it behaved. I don't really care for it. I don't like how it's really understeery, coming out of corners sometimes, but other times it'll be oversteery. It's not really a fun car to drive. I would have much rather been driving in that Division B final, because that car is a much nicer car to drive. But yeah, I mean, it was fine. It's a cool looking car, at least. Mm-hmm. It looks cool flying around there. And it made for some interesting strategies with the batteries and the tires. So the race itself, I think, was set up pretty well, but I'm not a really big fan of the car.
Well, I mean, I like that when you got somebody who doesn't like the car, but they're still able to perform the way you performed is just a testament to how talented you are as a driver. So congratulations on the P2. We look forward to having you back.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. And thank you guys. You guys did an awesome job this season. I'm looking forward to next season.
Yeah, same as us as well, Wid. And it's great that you've confirmed that you're back for season 7, so you can avenge season 6 and you know, make it a triple in NRL. But unlucky today, and it's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, but second is still a fantastic performance, and a fantastic performance throughout the season as well, Wid. So congratulations, and don't be too harsh on yourself.
I'll try. I'll find a corner and turn off the lights and cry, but after that I'll be good. But yeah, thanks Flawed. Thanks everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Wid. Take care.
See ya.
Okay, and then last but not least, the last step on the podium went to slight mess up there, MMR Moose 21, I do believe. And what a fantastic performance you've put on today, Moose. Rising up, was it 9 places? You started on 12th, you finished in 3rd. I mean, Moose, you must be feeling really happy after that performance.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I really didn't expect to get this high, and I know you guys didn't expect me to be here. So,
What do you mean?
What do you mean? I was rooting for you the whole time. What do you mean?
yeah, but no, this grid was incredible. There's so many fast drivers. I practiced with Jorge a few times over the last couple of days, and yeah, he was beating me by 35 seconds to 45 seconds every race with his strategy. So I didn't have a lot of high hopes, but yeah, it turned out really good. It was some really good races and some really good passing going on back in the pack.
Yeah, you certainly did, Moose. Tell us about your strategy going forward, because you were starting from 12th position. You was right in the pack there. Just tell us how you did it.
Yeah, so I knew what Jorge's strategy was, and I tried it, but it is a very difficult strategy to pull off. Getting the battery to auto regen is super scary because you have to have just barely a sliver, and if you use too much, the car is incredibly slow. So I tried it a couple times, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not that good. I need something else. So literally last minute, last night, I found another strategy that worked better for me, and I was 15 to 20 seconds faster. Just basically just doing a 2-stop. I had a point on the track where I was just using my boost to a certain mile an hour every lap for about 40 to 45 laps. And after that, it was just basically situational. So was I fighting somebody? Was somebody using boost in front of me? Was somebody using boost behind me? So my brain was working overtime the entire race, man.
Yeah, I bet it was. Of course, it probably does help that you had someone to kind of help you out, because I did notice the first half of the race you had Kai working with you. So definitely worked to your advantage. And just very smart from you, Moose. And so proud of you for getting onto a podium. I'm going to hand you over to T-Case, because I'm sure, T-Case, you've got a question for Moose.
Yes, sir. Moose, congratulations, man. That was exciting. That was exciting.
Yeah,
I'm curious, there in those closing laps, did you think you were gonna get the podium, or were you kind of expecting to settle into 4th and 5th, battling with Bobagito and Wade?
Yeah, it was tough to tell. Like you said, I worked with Katie the Kai for a good portion of the race, and I was kind of saving and the best I could. But when I got up to basically that final stint, I had 2 teammates, and every time I fell behind them, it was just tough to fight my way back up through. And I knew they wanted to work together, so I was just doing everything I could to stay either in between them or in front of them. And I felt like one of them was saving, especially Wade. You don't know what tires anybody's on, really. You don't know how much boost they're saving. So I honestly had no idea what was going to happen on the last lap. I half expected Bobagito to fly around me at 300 mile an hour right before the finish line, but that didn't end up happening.
Well, you held on well, and I think you did it perfectly, trying to split them up, at least be in between them for most of that final stint, and then take advantage there at the end. That was incredible, and I thank you so much for putting on that show for us.
Thank you.
And lastly, Tassie, any questions, your thoughts towards Moose's performance today?
Absolutely, Moose. I think you should have been my driver of the day, but I recall correctly, I don't think your name showed up in the poll. To be honest with you,
no.
I was like,
good.
He's not even in the picture. Got it. But
That's cool.
mean, this performance, your podium here, being 3rd in the championship, is like a real testament to just how good the format of NRL is, right? Like, the points are just to get you a chance to get in this race and make something happen. You have 0 podiums from this season. You have obviously 0 wins from this season. You started towards the back of this field, but you got enough points to get in the race and you made a huge difference. You're in third place in the championship. You earned this. The show that you put on was fantastic between you and Bobagito and those last 2 laps. I mean, what a brilliant battle that was. I feel you when you say you thought he was going to come flying around you. I have no questions. I just have to say congratulations, and you're really my driver of the evening. Today,
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really fun race, and shout out to Bobagito. It was clean racing with, a whole season on the line, and I know we're both sweating, but we both drove very respectful, gave space, and my team, MMR, all the guys helping me practice, Jorge, Wid, Oak. And shout out to obviously Jorge and Wid for getting first and second, and FSR also for his race and Division B.
Yeah, and Moose, I was just going to say to you as well. I mean, we had a brief conversation before. I think it might have been on my stream or something like that. And I was bringing the faith to you. I said that I believed in you, and you've certainly shown it today. I mean, there was a lot of competition for driver of the day, but yeah, certainly kind of agree with Tati that making up 9 positions in the race and holding your own, and with that very dramatic finish as well, you held your nerve, and huge congratulations has to go to you for that 3rd position. So yeah, well done, Mose.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I hadn't talked to you all season or been on any sort of podium, as Tati pointed out, so I wanted to make sure I got up here to talk to you. I think I'm supposed to say something about valve stems or something. I'm not sure, but I'm just glad to be here.
Well, no, I appreciate that, Moose, and it's always a pleasure to talk to you. And will you be back for season 7?
Yeah, for sure. I'll definitely be back.
Yeah, I mean, it's about time we got you on the top step, isn't it? And bring home the championship. So fingers crossed for you in season 7.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but I should be there somewhere.
Have faith. Have faith, Moose.
All right. I appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you too, Moose. You take care and celebrate as well, mate.
You too. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, so that was the thoughts of our podium finishers. And again, massive congratulations to Jorge, who is now the NRL Season 6 champion. Huge congratulations to the top 3 and all the drivers that competed throughout the season. You've definitely put on a great show for us all. Obviously, to Division B as well, with Corridor being the new champion of Division B as well. So, but a massive congratulations to all the drivers, because that was something very spectacular, I feel, we had in today's finals. Have we got a final Division A standings coming up? Okay. So, before we reflect on things, just got to give a big shout out to our sponsors of the NRL Season 6. So the NRL was brought to you by DGDR Dumb Guys Do Racing podcast, featuring this high-octane weekly program where 4 drivers from the PDX Sim team take you inside the world of motorsport and sim racing. From breaking news to heated debates, wild stories to pro tips, these guys cover it all with passion, humour, and just the right amount of chaos. For your podcast fix, these are available on all platforms, with new weekly episodes dropped every Monday, where myself, TK's, Tati and Slow-Mo have all featured recently, and also McNaughty as well, with Toon due to be brought into the limelight for this week's podcast, so you really don't want to miss it. Also, if you happen to be in the area of the beautiful old town Florissant, St. Louis, whether you're a local or just passing through, Henke's is the place, with unbeatable food, cold drinks, and a patio perfect for catching the NRL in action. So grab some friends, head to Henke's, and tell them the NRL sent you. Open till 1 a.m. because if you ain't first, you're still welcome at Henke's Tavern. Also, a big thank you to Little J CPA, turning streams and side hustles into smart money moves. Whether you're building a small business, growing a brand, or cashing in on streaming income, we'll help you track earnings, maximize deductions, and keep more of what you've worked for. You focus on building, we handle the numbers. Also shouting out Lithograph Comics, a true comic book fanatic, historian and lifelong collector. From epic pickups to rare grails, Lithograph Comics shares the passion and the journey with fans everywhere. Check out his collection and stories, and don't forget to scan the QR code to dive into his world. And lastly, a big thank you to the Mist Chronicles trilogy books, written by the awesome Lawrence Brown, or Tusenbox as he's known online. A swordsman turned wanderer as he's pulled into an epic struggle that could save or destroy the world. The trilogy is available now on Amazon and in paperback, and also on Kindle. So again, thank you so much for all your amazing support in sponsoring the NRL Season 6, and hopefully we'll continue to do so in future NRL tournaments. Okay, so we do need to welcome back the legendary Slow-Mo and Toon back from their exploits in hosting the Division B final with their awesome commentary. Slow-Mo, how are you, sir? And what a fantastic final we've had today.
Oh, man, just an incredible day all around. Two iconic tracks, two stacked grids, two incredible finishes. Man, I don't think you could have written this any better as a storyline. It played out so well, so much fun to be a part of and commentate on today. And you guys did an awesome job on that. There was so much to keep up with. I don't know how you guys did it on that A race. That was incredible.
Thank you, Slow-Mo. I mean, my voice might have gone, but we fight to live another day, I think. So, but I appreciate that, and also welcoming back Toon as well. I mean, have you recovered from that Division B race?
I had some chocolate milk. Celebrated, job well done. Can't go wrong with some chalky milk.
Get a little chalky milk. Okay.
Yep. Oh, who was it? It was our favorite, perpetual P3 in these. Was talking about doing a chocolate milk shoey. Just can't remember if he actually did it or not, but I'm definitely not doing that, especially with these work shoes. But had me some chocolate milk, had a snack. I'm feeling better now, so everything's equalized.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to smell that shoe afterwards. That would be rather nasty, I think. But glad to hear it though, Toon. And I mean, Tati as well. I just wanted to ask. I know we were waxing lyrical really on the Division A race, but it's just been an absolutely fantastic NRL Season 6. Is there any highlights of the season for you personally?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've had some great combos, but even better, we've had some really good close racing, even in long races. I think some unexpected, real great action would be just the very first Division B race we had, the very first Saturday one with the RAV4s at BB Raceway. I just knew it was going to work out. I'm like, all right, well, you put some pros on BB Raceway, it's going to be a good time, and it was. So I would say that was definitely a highlight. Watching Rusty Maggots just hold back freaking half the field on dead mediums at Lago Maggiore a few weeks ago was a lot of fun as well. But overall, this season has been a superlative one, at least for me. I've been here for 3 seasons now. I loved it. Can't wait for season 7.
Yeah, indeed. It just seems like the NRL keeps getting better on a season-to-season basis. The grid is definitely getting more competitive, and it's great to see. And T-Case as well. So we've seen a lot of the road cars this season, and to be fair, it's a bit of a staple in the NRL. Is there any particular favourites that have come up this season? Any to speak of?
Well, I mean, I gotta agree. I gotta agree with Tati on that. The Rav4 race I thought was just too much fun. I love stuff like that. And then here, I mean, it wasn't a road car race, but I think the Division B, the ending of that Division B race today, I have a hard time looking back when I had something so exciting right in front of me, and when all the different strategies come together and it's that close on the last turn, like I live for that stuff. And so I was happy to see that. And I mean, it's a testament to all the work McNaughty puts in as far as these combos go, but then how great these drivers are and how much time they put in to prepare that we get these incredible races. It doesn't seem to matter what we throw at them, whether it's rally, race cars, concept cars, road cars, whatever we throw at them, they're ready for it and they put on a show.
Yeah, they certainly did. Certainly did. And probably the hardest question to ask, or it might be the easiest, I don't know, but I'd love to get the thoughts of all of you really on the driver of the championship of season 6. Slow-mo, do you want to start first?
Oh, put me on the spot first. Well, I'm going to go with Corridor. You know, it's so much fun to watch that race. Really close, but, you know, you got to put yourself in the right position to win, and that's what he did. So that's going to be my pick.
Okay. Toe?
You know, honestly, I think I got to give driver of the season to good old Moosey Boy. He hasn't had the best run in the NRL, as history has shown us, from being a racer to a certified pilot to just always being the bridesmaid but never the bride. He's grown by leaps and bounds. He's always trying, always, you know, putting in that effort, and he got on the podium this final, so nothing's stopping him from coming up next season and really trying to take it all home.
Okay, good choice, good choice. And Tati, you know, is it cut and dry who your driver of the championship is?
Unbiased opinion.
Okay, well, gosh. It's actually not cut and dry, because I'm gonna say something that's kind of weird. Hako, who I think we saw win like one race and then it's just not had a great season altogether, but he's been quite entertaining to watch, and I think that's half the battle, right? Like, we've had a lot of good passes, we've had a lot of good battles, a lot of close fights involving Hako in this season, and I think that's been really fun to watch. And sometimes that's enough for me. I don't need you to win, but just over the margin for that, totally unbiased, I swear to you, totally unbiased, is Wid, because Wid, you know, came into the season being the 2-time champion, but like the theme this whole season has been, all right, bro, but like some really fast people have come in and stepped it up now. And they've made it hard for you. You haven't won a single race, but, you know, way to stand tall and still say, hey, but I'm still, you know, top class. You guys are going to run me over. I'm not yesterday's news, right? And it came down to the championship. He was still a contender and he finished in second place. I think there's a lot to say for that.
Okay, well, I believe you. I think thousands wouldn't there, Tazzy, but still, no, it's still a good call. Still a good call. And lastly, TK, so who is your driver of the season?
Golly, y'all, that's I'm looking over here at all the different drivers, and I really wish we would have gotten to see Sheldologist race today. Unfortunately, he had to go on vacation.
Oh, poor guy.
Poor guy,
Selfish.
right? And didn't give us that extra battle. But I gotta agree with Slow-Mo. I think what Corridor has done this season and in past seasons really has just been so impressive. Coming out here and coming in with the win, I think is fantastic. And real quick, we got speaking of, it's because I said his name, Corridor with a $50 donation. Congratulations to McNaughty's YouTube channel on the 3-year anniversary. Nicely done. Awesome. And thank you so much. So yeah, I'm going to agree with Slow-Mo and go with corridor. And it is today that is the 3-year anniversary of the McNaughty
Wow.
Gaming channel. So congratulations, McNaughty. That's an awesome milestone right there.
What
And
a way to celebrate it.
You're doing
Yeah.
great there with 3 years in, sitting at 6.31 thousand subs. Let's get them to 7,000 by the end of the year, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be awesome. And yeah, just confirmation that Corridor was paying TKs for that comment there.
We can be bought.
Oh yeah, I'm cheap.
Cheap. But no, nevertheless, Corridor, you know, with just a fantastic season and fully deserves all the glory. So fair play. And yeah, for me, maybe I might actually give it to Mr. Racing because it was his debut season. No one really knew much about him, and he. Well, I mean, it was such a dramatic end to the Division B final. It did look like he could have got the race win, and then he just lost it at the last moment. But he just performed phenomenally throughout the championship. So I'm going to give it to Mr. Racing. So, but to be honest, I think all the drivers out there are winners, right? They were all absolutely fantastic, and I do believe the NRL season 6 is the most entertaining we've ever had it, and that fair play goes to all the drivers. Okay, anyone else with any more final thoughts, or should we crack on?
Crack on.
Okay, well, before we do go, we do need to say a big thank you to all the unsung heroes of our amazing production team. So firstly, Titanium, Ashes, and Big Joe for all the admin work, so we get to see all the live driver standings and the stats, which is unparalleled to any presentation out there. And speaking of presentation, big thank you this season to Croatian for the amazing graphics and the promo work that he has made in NRL Season 6. For the best presented race broadcast you'll ever see out here on YouTube. It's really amazing stuff. Thank you to the stewards that have been working to the bone and making them all important and tough calls in keeping the races fair and clean. Big thank you to all the drivers competing, providing that excitement and entertainment for us commentators to shout about. The race directors and the hard testing involved to give us all these fantastic races we've had this season. Now, McNaughty, you might need to correct me on this or not. I do believe, wasn't it the GTWS American sensation Simon who did? Okay. Well, he has done so in previous season. But McNaughty was the man, of course, responsible for all the hard work in producing these fantastic racing. And of course, McNaughty, founder of NRL, who continues to push the envelope for this amazing race series. And then also big thank you to our commentators this season, Toon, Slow-Mo, Leo, Hovercraft, TKs and Tatty for all their hard work and making the broadcast as exciting as ever. And then lastly, the biggest of thanks has to go to you, the viewers. Thank you for all the continued support, and the donations as well has been through the roof, and we can't thank you enough. Make sure though, if you are new to the series, please consider hitting the subscribe button. It would be much appreciated, and do hit that thumbs up as well to help elevate our content across the platform. And if you would like to get involved in future championships as a driver, make sure you do check out our socials and the Discord link on our YouTube homepage. But that is it, done for NRL Season 6. So it's a final farewell to Slow-Mo.
Here.
To T-Case.
Later, y'all.
To Toon.
Yep.
And to Tatty.
See you next season, y'all.
And myself, Lord Genius Gaming. Thank you for watching. Have a great end to 2025. And we'll be back for Season 7 sometime in 2026. Look out for us in McNaughty's channel. Keep supporting him too as well, and we'll see you soon. Ciao, ciao for now.